A question about, I was asked by a constituent recently about debt. And we know the numbers, I mean, it's in our reports here of what we spend on debt service every year and our total debt that we hold. But what is our debt liability? Are you able, is your office able to provide us a report of, I can't remember the number, I think it's in the 800 million, correct?
On this report,
Where is it here in the?
so on the report, under MD&A, which that Perry encourages you to read, on Roman numeral
you're
page
in
17.
the we don't have that in
It's
front
okay.
of us.
I'll just tell you, the total bonded debt at the end of the year was 727.4 total million. That's an increase of 3.6% compared to the prior year, which was like 701.9 million.
But in that 727, I mean, what is our debt liability, interest, principal, et cetera, looking out over the life of all of our debt?
So that what I'm giving you now is principal only. There is a schedule that shows both. You said what now? Oh, and in the notes, Perry? Okay. I was going.
As you find that, for commissioners, I was recently going over our budget with a couple of constituents, and I think everybody's continued to be amazed that our third largest line item in our budget is debt service at $80 million a year. And not only is the factor how much debt we hold as principal only, but what is our overall liability in the total mortgage we're going to pay for the next, I don't know what is everything based on a 20-year or 30-year?
Well,
Or is it a little bit of everything?
no, we have the last 10 years or so only did 20-year bonds. We do have some bonds prior to that were a 28-year bond that is continuing to be paid. I think it gets paid off in 2033, I want to think. But so to answer your question, the principal amount at the end of FY23 was $727.4 million. Interest on those bonds is anticipated to be $219.2. So the total with everything is $946.6.
So 946.6 is our total liability.
That would be, yes. And that's like, that variable rate debt is based off calculations. So it could be lower, it could be higher.
Could be higher, but
yeah.
essentially we have about $1 billion of debt obligation in this county on
Correct.
$1 billion annual budget.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, what we typically do is we will issue fixed rate 20-year bonds. We do have some variable rate that will expire in 2029 and then some in 2034. But you know, I think ultimately for us, what we tried to do is we strive for level debt service payments, so we don't have a big ebbs and flows, right? And so that's what you'll see. And then, you know, we know what our capability of is to pay. So as we prepare a 5-year capital improvement plan, we'll always try to be cognizant of what levels we can go to. And we also have a fairly healthy fund balance in debt service payments and debt service fund that allow us to have a cushion as it relates to certain debt service items. The final thing, let me see here. Back here. So general purpose school fund at the end of FY 23, as we mentioned, increased their fund balance by $21.4 million. And so they ended their fund balance with about 113.8, which I think, Chris, is about 12%. So 12%, GFOA recommends 10%, state recommends 3%, but I think we try to go by GFOA averages.
And didn't they want to keep a buffer? State sort of says 10 is your mark. They're obviously doing better than that, but given that state is unpredictable at best going forward financially, to sort of keep that in the hopper instead of trying to use it as reallocate it right now?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt, schools or us, right? So we have like the schools, we have a fund balance policy that's a little higher than even what GFOA recommends, and we exceed that currently. We know that we're not quite as high as what AAA counties are, that typically they usually have 5 months worth of reserves or so. We recommend, for us in the general fund, the GFOA recommends 2 months. Our policy says 3 months, and I think we got a little over 4 months. And like I said, with the school, state recommends 3%, GFOA says 10%, and they're at 12%. And so, but, that can be used to pay for one-time expenses when they hit and give some flexibility for things like that. Questions?
Anybody have any other questions on the detailed report, on the top sheet summary, anything at Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. I know this is not a big revenue source for Knox County, but on the mineral severance tax for, say, the last 6 months, has it been what you thought it was, just kind of flat, or more than expected?
I don't have an exact number for you.
Yeah, I know.
But it's a little higher than it was last year. Of course, as you know, it's paid quarterly, so I think we've got 2 payments so far, and it's a few percent ahead of where it was a year ago.
Okay, well, that's good because that money goes directly to the
Paving.
road paving budget, so.
Correct.
That's great.
It does help.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners for Director Caldwell? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. I do want to ask, Ms. Mathis, is she still here? Oh, she had to leave. You're with the trustee's office. Could you join us at the podium real quick?
She does the investment committee.
Just state your name and what department.
Linda McGinnis, and I work in the legal division in the trustee's office doing collections.
Okay, I will send a message to the trustee, but just to say it out loud here in the committee, several meetings ago for both commission and the finance committee talked about the adjustment we made on the property tax freeze for our seniors.
Yes.
And I believe the trustee we had asked what were the projections, how many people are using the system now or using the program now, how many do we expect to use it later, and then what is the financial impact to the county? And we haven't gotten that information back, but I'm going to send a request for our May 13th meeting.
Okay.
All the property taxes should be collected at that point, and assuming new people will have been registered for their program, I think it's relevant to understand are people using the program or not, and what is the financial impact if we freeze X percentage more of property taxes for people.
And they are absolutely using the program. We get phone calls. Right now, our phones are ringing off the walls because we just sent out about 60,000 tax notices for people who hadn't sent in their payments. But we also sent out reminders to all of the tax relief and tax freeze individuals for the ones that have not paid or sent in their paperwork.
Okay.
But they do have until April 1.
Okay, so May 13th should be timed. So I'll send a formal request
Okay.
to add that to the May agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioners, our next meeting is May 13th. That will be right in the heart of budget season. Is there we always leave time in this committee to see are there any other deep dive financial issues, whether it be taxes or debt or expenditures or how we spend our money, is there any topic that anybody has on top of their mind about that they want to prep for for the next meeting that add to the, and I mean, it could be something we talked about before, but you might want to talk about again, Commissioner Frazier with a look on her face.
I guess, I mean, creative sources of revenue. I mean, I'm really, really concerned. I mean, I've just pulled up kind of the Hardin Valley Traffic Mobility Study that was completed in 2019, and there was for a 5, 10, and 20-year horizon, I didn't even get through half of the list, and they identified just the half of the list, $80 million of needed road improvements for development in 2019. And the annual engineering budget is $25 million. I mean,
I think it's less now, but yes,
yeah.
insufficient.
So, yeah, if you want to put a topic of discussion of additional revenue sources and how we get there, I think that's a conversation we're going to have. I mean, we can't tell our constituents that have long paid into the tax base, and we continue to ignore the condition of their road. I don't know what to say to my constituents.
Okay. Did you have Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the years, we've discussed the possibility, because we're the Finance Committee, of bringing in the different departments and having them explain their budgets to us. Most counties in Tennessee, the commissioners get actually a budget presentation from each department. But because we have a professional staff, we acquiesce that to them. But we have talked about it in the past. I don't know if we need to do that before there's a budget vote taken, but if you wanted to have specific departments come in and explain why they need X number of dollars for their department.
Anybody have any thoughts on that? Don't put
Carson said.
Carson?
Oh,
Okay, sorry, he was pointing over. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Caldwell? Of how do you all accept, how do you all receive budget requests and go through them with departments? And is there an efficient way that this committee or the committee members could be part of that understanding before it gets to us in a final form? Because we don't ever really see it until we get to the end of the budget game.
Yeah, typically what we would do is take budget requests from departments. In a normal year, we would say early January, you have until mid-February to turn in your budget request, and similar on capital. This year, we told them no need to turn in a budget request. Revenues are flat, so we'll handle your budget request. If you have any special requests or needs that we're not aware of, let us know, and so we can consider them. We did take capital budget requests, and so we go through those as well. And so we typically have budget meetings with departments, whether they turn in a budget request or not, just to make sure that we're not forgetting something. And so I think there are certain times when there are growth that it's good to meet with departments to see what they need ahead of time and let them make requests. This year, knowing what the state was projecting, we didn't think there was any. What I said is, I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want you to waste mine either. And so, no need to make requests. And so, and we have gotten, so they have, will let us know, yeah, but don't forget this contract increases and things like that, which we get and we understand. And so, but I think as we were preparing for a flat budget, no use in wasting anybody's time to preparing it, because they're going to ask for more than what they currently have. They're never going to ask for less.
Any other topics anybody wants to add to the next Finance Committee meeting? Okay, our next meeting, any new business for today? Our next meeting is on May 13th, 2:00 p.m., same location and same bat channel. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Leap into giving this year with Medic Regional Blood Center. Donate on Leap Day and receive a special limited edition tumbler while supplies last. Visit medicblood.org or call 865-524-3074 to make your appointment today.
Thank you. It's 5 o'clock. Today is Monday, February 26th, and I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Knox County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lundy. Here. Commissioner Darrett. Here. Commissioner Oster. Here. Commissioner Ward. Here. Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Beeler.
Here.
Commissioner Daly.
Here.
Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. We also have our junior commissioners with us tonight. Madam Clerk, if you would call their roll also.
Junior Commissioner Hall. Here. Junior Commissioner Mendoza Uceda.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Hancock. Not present. Junior Commissioner Bolt.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Hira. Here. Junior Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Hendrickson.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Baker.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Venable.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Cho.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Cox.
Here.
We have 10 members present.
Thank you, and thank you all for attending. To my right is also our law director, Assistant Law Director Mike Moyers. Also sitting up here to my left are County Clerks Kim Ellis and Haley Wilson. Looking at elected officials, I see Mayor Jacobs in the audience. Are there any others out there that I'm overlooking? Thank you. Commissioner Jay, I see you have your light on. Thank you. Moving on for our devotional, the floor is Commissioner Daly's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor to introduce my pastor from Central Church of God, Pastor Garrett Reese.
Well, I want to say thank you to obviously to Carson Daly. He's a great member of the Central Church of God. So thankful for this opportunity. I want to say thank you to all of you commissioners that serve this great and fine county. And I believe that our best days are ahead of us. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we bless you and we come before you in the one and only name that is to be praised, the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, your word says and instructs us to pray for those in leadership and in government above us. So today, Lord, we lift up these leaders. Today, we ask, Lord, that you would give them godly wisdom, great decorum, and favor that comes only from you. Today, we bless you, we praise you, we give you all the glory, honor, and thanks. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. And now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Oster.
Please offer the proper salute and pledge.
Thank you. Before we get down to agenda business, I'd like to give the floor to Chris Davis. He's our Executive Director of Knox County Elections, who's asked to say a few words.
Chair Hill, members of the County Commission, members of the Junior Commission, good to see you again, as well as members of the public here this evening. Thank you for your time. I will be brief. But obviously, unless you literally are living under a rock somewhere, you are probably familiar with the fact that there is currently an election going on. We are in the midst of early voting, and Election Day will be 1 week from tomorrow, March the 5th. I know obviously everybody in front of me is well aware of that. I'm sure most people behind me are aware of that. I just want to mention a couple of things. For those that are currently in attendance today, if you have not voted, early voting is literally in the next room until 7 o'clock tonight. It'll be till 10 to 7 tomorrow night, along with 10 other locations throughout Knox County. I want to thank the commissioners for their support of both early voting and Election Day. And I'm also here to ask you to tell your constituents that with regard to Election Day, if voters choose not to early vote, that is their right. On Election Day, there are 5 new polling places across Knox County. I believe there's one in your district, Commissioner Lundy. And I believe there are 2 in your district, Commissioner Schoonmaker, and there are 2 in your district, Commissioner Hill. I would encourage you, if you are an election day voter and you are, you are dead set that you're going to vote on election day, do your homework beforehand, particularly if you, and I am not editorializing, but if you choose to select a Republican ballot. That Republican ballot is quite long, and it is very onerous, and it takes a lot of time to finish. I have to my right over here former state legislator and current early voting worker at New Harvest, Harry Brooks, will attest to that, I am sure. But I just want to say, if you wait until Election Day, understand, and please share this with your constituents, we had the 12 days of early voting, so lines are going to be long, okay? We will be respectful as we can on Election Day, but these voters don't need to be giving my workers grief because they stand in line. They chose to wait until Election Day, and that's great. That is awesome. We're going to do everything we can. But we sat in here this morning, and we will for the next 6 days do instructions with our workers telling them specifically, do not get in a hurry, because every voter deserves the same amount of time and the same amount of attention as every other voter, okay? And I think that would be, really the only other thing I would share is if you're going to the polls, we have 10 contested races across Knox County, whether that, not counting president or any of those congressional delegates, that's just county commission, school board, property assessor, law director. We have 10 contested races. I need voters desperately. I don't like close margins. I like blowouts. So please, if you have not voted, tell your family, tell your friends to come out and early vote. And once again, I want to thank Commission for its time and allowing me to speak. And if you haven't voted, early voting is right next door, 8 to 8 on Election Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Good job. All right, Commissioners, moving on to the agenda. These are some changes. Please note the additions of items 13, 22, 38, 41, and 42. We are deferring 36, 39, and 43. Withdrawals are none, and on non-consent, we have items 31, 33, 34, and 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Do I see any questions about that? Thank you. I also am requesting another change to the agenda. I'd like to move item 37 of public forum to coincide with item 37. And I would also like to move 37 to the end of the agenda after we complete other business.
Motion to approve as appended.
Thank you. We have a motion for the agenda by Jay, second by Beeler. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve ed and government consent?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Motion by Daly, second by Durrett. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk?
We're on page 6, honorary resolution R-24-2-101. It's honoring Dr. Hank and Debbie Peck, their family, and the team at Long's Drug Store for over 60 years of service to the community.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Jay, second by Frazier. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Jay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commission. I appreciate the support for this honorary resolution. When you think of Long's Drug Store, you think of a gathering place like no other. When you think of Long's Drug Store, you think of a friendly face, you think of family, you think of quality, and more importantly, as I asked around this week, to many of my constituents, what they remember about Long's Drugstore and the team that has always taken care of them, something came up time and again, and they said, man, those are good people. Good people. And I don't know a higher compliment in Knox County to be called good people. And this is more than fitting. We do honorary resolutions for significant milestones. We also do them for significant achievements. And sometimes we look back and sometimes we look ahead. Sometimes we encourage others to continue the good work they're doing, and sometimes we say thank you. And today we're going to say thank you with an opportunity to honor the Long's Drugstore family, the Peck family, and all they've done. Before I read a resolution and welcome our guests to the podium, I begrudgingly, given the amount of jokes that will come out of him, do want to welcome our former colleague and our good friend, which has served the 4th District for many, many years, and is good family friends. I want to welcome former Commissioner Hugh Nystrom to join us at the podium for just a moment.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jay, and thank you to all of my past and present colleagues for your hard work on behalf of Knox County. When I think of Long's Drugstore, my earliest memory as a child, I remember Maybelle breaking me a hot fudge sundae, and it was the very first time I'd ever had ice cream with chocolate there back in the day. And my mother said, well, that Maybelle woman, she looks old now, but she used to be a car hop back in the day when I was in college. And so many folks are talking about the relationships and the friendships that have been nourished over the years at Long's Drugstore, but I also want to say something that I haven't heard as much. And there are so many seniors out there. There are so many folks in our community, and I have seen it firsthand, that maybe they couldn't read the prescription on their medication. Maybe they could have accidentally taken something wrong or incorrectly. And I know because I saw it firsthand, the care that Hank, his family, his father, his uncle, and that whole team always went out of their way just to take care of some of our seniors and the folks that needed extra help. They could have been home alone. And I know that you loved them, and I know that y'all went out of your way to take care of so many people that weren't there. They were delivering medication to homes and checking on people in the 70s. And it's just something to be commended. You know, all that said, there have been countless numbers of friendships that have been made, nourished. How many first dates, how many older folks in our community have maintained their friendships by having coffee and breakfast at Long's over the years. So all that said, on behalf of so many people in the 4th District and all of Knoxville and Knox County, I just want to say thank you and let you know that you're loved. I also want to say it's a great opportunity. Let's not let this just be a morning. Hank has busted, this Peck family has busted their tail, and now they've got an opportunity to reconnect and love one another as a family. And lots of great opportunities in the future for them. And I'm excited about all that extra family time, and who knows what is going to be next for them. So thank you. Thank you.
Please join me as I follow along as I read this resolution on our behalf. Whereas Long's Drugstore was opened on Wednesday, March 21st, 1956, by Dr. Clarence Long as the anchor tenant in the first shopping center in Knoxville, Tennessee. And whereas Long's Drugstore quickly became a neighborhood institution providing friendly service, personal attention, and reliable healthcare support and advice. And whereas Dr. James H. Peck, Dr. Edwin A. Peck, and Dr. Henry E. Peck joined the team at Long's in 1959, 1963, and 1994, respectively, and carried Dr. Long's vision forward after his passing in 1966. And whereas the dedication of the Peck family led Long's Drugstore through 67 years of successful service to the citizens of Knox County, and Long's has remained one of the community's only family-owned and operated pharmacies. And whereas the Peck family often went above and beyond for their customers, providing personal care to seniors who needed help with their medications, and even made home deliveries long before others.
And whereas the positive impact Long's Drugstore made on Knoxville went far beyond the pharmacy into the timeless lunch counter that served generations of neighbors, from after-school milkshakes to political power lunches, from grandparents and grandchildren enjoying a burger and tots, to Big Orange game days and chatter of a new season full of optimism. And whereas the core values on display at Long's Drugstore by the Peck family included friendliness, compassion, encouragement, hard work, and trust. Those were always paired with the sense that when you entered Long's Drugstore, time slowed down and you were family. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of Knox County as follows. The Commission of Knox County hereby honors Dr. Hank and Debbie Peck, their family, and the team at Long's Drugstore for their decades of dedicated service to our community. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to the Peck family, and be it further resolved that this resolution is to take effect from and after its passage as provided by the Charter of Knox County, Tennessee, the public welfare requiring it. Please join me in welcoming and honoring Dr. Hank Peck. This is for you and your family.
The Lord has really blessed me with a wonderful family and so many really good friends. A wonderful community to live in and the opportunity to serve a community that I love. But it's hard to find the words that you've expressed that help make us feel this way. You've honored us so much. We thank you very much.
We have some requests up here for a picture of the family with commission. Would you mind stepping forward onto the podium and allowing us to take a picture with everyone? Thank you. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
We don't have any presentations, so the next item are the public forum items.
Correct. And we will be doing public forum for all items except item 37. So the first person that is signed up is John Quinlan. You know, I have perhaps made a mistake here. Mr. Quinlan, are you speaking to agenda items or just in general? All right, I apologize, sir. I will also be calling on you at the end. That was my foul up. I apologize. Next item, please.
The next item is approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Durrett, second by Lee. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is drives and roads. consideration of the acceptance of new county roads. A through E are all located in Edwards Place, District 8. A is Edward Place subdivision, B, King Edwards Court, C, Longshanks Road, D, Lawgiver Circle, and E is Forest Willow Lane. And item F and G are located in Rushland Park, Unit 1, District 8. F is Rushland Park Boulevard, and G is Hollow View Lane.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Beeler, second by Lee. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Line item transfers, total amount of $1,386,221.07.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Jay, second by Schoonmaker. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Budget amendments, total credit amount is $170,681.83.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jay, second by Schoonmaker for approval. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Notary applications, 254.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Daley, second by Durrett. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I believe we have no spread of record.
We're on item number 35, which is Resolution R-24-2-111. It's accepting the resignation of John Marshall on the Knox County Sheriff's Office Employees Merit System Board of Directors and appointing an individual to serve the unfulfilled term of Mr. Marshall on the board. The term expires September 30th, 2025.
Thank you. For your information, I received a phone call from Anthony Parker about an hour ago. He has had some significant physical issues these last few weeks and asked if we would respectfully withdraw his name. So I'm asking, Madam Clerk, if you would read this again and include the name of Michael Crichton.
This is a resolution accepting the resignation of John Marshall on the Knox County Sheriff's Office Employees Merit System Board of Directors and appointing Michael Crichton to serve the unfulfilled term of Mr. Marshall on the board. Term expires September 30th, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Schoonmaker, second by, was that Jay? Sorry. Any discussion on this matter? Yes, sir. Commissioner Daley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crichton, I believe I see you back there. Are you willing to serve? Is this yes or no? Yes. No? Yes. Okay, that's all I want to know. Just making sure that you're willing to serve. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crichton. Any other lights or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Welcome to, I think, merit, Mr. Crichton. Good luck to you. Item 38, yes.
Item 38 is Resolution R-24-2-908. It's approving the designation of a section of State Route 131 East Emory Road in Knox County as the SPC Jeremy Daniel Evans Memorial Highway.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Beeler, second by Lee. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Daley?
Madam Chair, I would like for Commissioner Beeler to let the public know who Mr. SPC Jeremy Daniel Evans is. I think you knew his family, or?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Daley. And thank you, Madam Chair. Specialist Evans was a student at Gibbs High School who lost his life, a graduate of Gibbs High School who lost his life in training exercises in Alaska. And we feel, the community feels, and the family is certainly ecstatic. And I actually also heard from Staff Sergeant Knaus's father that he was very much in support of this honor for Specialist Evans to name a stretch of Emory Road in his honor. So I appreciate my colleagues signing on to sponsor this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is ordinance O-24-1-101. It's repealing Chapter 22, Article 5, Sections 22-126, 22-127, 22-128, 22-129, and 22-130 of the Knox County Code relative to the EMS Medical Services Cost Review Board. This amends Ordinance O-2002-8-101, adopted September 23rd, 2002. This is on second reading.
Do I have a motion on this ordinance? Motion by Daley, second by Jay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I will now move on to public forum on open topics, and I apologize, Mr. Quinlan, to call you again, and this time I will let you speak.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Point of order, please.
Yes, sir.
Does that not require a roll call vote because it was an ordinance?
You know, you are absolutely right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please still
My
come
apologies.
forward, Mr. Quinlan.
Ready?
Please go ahead. I apologize.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Durrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Oster.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Here. Aye.
Commissioner Lee. Aye. Commissioner Beeler.
Aye.
Commissioner Daley.
Aye.
Commissioner Jay.
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier.
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Beeler. All right. Public forum, please, on open topics. Mr. Quinlan? Thank you. If you'd give us your name and county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Oh, goodness. Can someone help him?
Okay, John Quillen, Knoxville. I'm here because I want to read the text of a sign that I took this morning at Imes Nature Center, and it says, "Failure to pay for parking may result in penalties, fines, towing, and/or booting." Scan one of the QR codes posted. So I guess you could say I'm here to express my concerns about having to pay on Knox County property to use Knox County parks. Imes Nature Center put this proposal out, and 2 weeks later, taxpayers are paying to use Knox County property. I have a big issue with that. I also have an issue with having to pay to use boats in Meads Quarry, which is also Knox County property. But when one of my friends complained about it, I think she sent an email this morning to the county commission, and my county commissioner sent back an email saying that the payment is voluntary, that we don't have to pay this parking tax at Imes. So I guess I want to get some clarification on that. But I also just want to, and I'm glad the mayor's here, and I hope he has some feelings on this, but having to pay to use Knox County land is like double taxation. And I'm inherently opposed to that, especially when unelected bureaucrats can impose these taxes without any oversight, with no public participation, and with no community involvement whatsoever. Now, Knox County owns the deeds to the land over there, and I'm asking you as a county commission to condemn these fees, because this could start a process that cascades into fees for mountain biking all over town, for hiking on every trail, for swimming in every quarry. I'm not an expert boater, but I don't need to rent a boat from River Sports to be safe over there in that quarry. So I'm asking you all to kind of work with us outdoor enthusiasts to rein Imes in, because if you don't, this is going to be out of control. And I would appreciate any consideration you would give to this. And I would also like to add that I don't appreciate being threatened passively by my county commissioner, telling people that if I come and complain about this, that I'm not going to have any friends in the 9th District. I don't appreciate that. okay? So I'm here with my friends, and you'll hear from them tonight. I would appreciate your support for taxpayers over a nature center that has closed board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Daly, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, it wasn't 2 weeks. And second of all, I did not say anything about citizens. I don't think he would have a good reception at this county commission. As y'all read this email this morning, this has not been a 2-week thing. This has been ongoing. 6 years ago, they wanted to do a parking fee, and I fought it tooth and toenail. But now IMS is over 600,000 visitors a year. It is being loved to death. It's being trampled to death. This is a voluntary parking fee, no matter what that sign says. I'm on the board. We are not calling a tow truck. We're not sending out a ticket writer. We don't have that authority to do that. So this is a fee. We call it a fee, but it's really, I consider it to me a donation. Become a member. A member's only $35 for a single membership, $75 for a family, and all this money will go to the maintenance of the park. Yes, Knox County owns the quarry. We've made great improvements at the quarry. We got swimming areas. It was loved to death. It was trampled. It was trashed. With Knox County's help, the Mayor Jacobs' help, with Parks and Rec's help, and volunteers like the AMBC, the IMS quarry at Meads is clean. It's clear. We got docks we can go swimming on. What's wrong with having a membership for $35 to support that? Or if for visitors come in and pay $5 only, not $25 or $35 like Dollywood and all these other parks are charging, a $5 donation. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't see it spreading to other parks either. This process was started months ago. I gave in because the park is being overloved. It needs maintenance. It needs help. We went to Mayor Kincannon. We went to Mayor Jacobs. We went to Parks and Rec. We all agreed that the fee's probably too low for that park. That park it's not a Knox County park. It is not a City of Knoxville park. It is a nonprofit park that has to run on donations and anything that they get from concessions or the gift shop. So it's not a Knox County park. Yes, we own Meads Quarry as Knox County citizens, but Meads Quarry needs to be taken care of. And the only way to take care of Meads Quarry and IMS Park is to look for a structure instead of charging a 100% entrance fee with a toll gate out there and you have to pay to come in. The IMS board decided to try a parking fee. We know that if it's 100%, out of 100% of the people that go, we may be lucky to get 30% donations. That's fine. If that's 30% that we can get there to improve the park, to keep the roads maintained and everything, that's great. So I take exception that I said that he would have no friends in the 9th District. I did not say that. And the person I did say that to, I will be talking to you come tomorrow morning because you misquoted me. So in my opinion, Commission, there's nothing wrong with a $5 donation to keep IMS Nature Center running beautiful and immaculate like it is. Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree as long as it's considered a $5 donation and not a tax or a fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Patricia Cavini, also on the parks. Do you still wish to speak? Brett Huddleston. Oh. Your name, please, and county of residence?
Patrick Cavany.
Patrick, I'm sorry.
County. Yeah, I may have mistyped that. Yes, I'd like to speak on the parks again.
Please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm an avid outdoorsman, and I've used parks, national parks, state parks, Knox County parks for swimming, climbing, and I've been in Knoxville for 15 years. It is a $50 annual fee, not $35. And the, I guess my biggest concern is the fee's gonna stay, clearly, or donation, I guess if we're gonna call it that. My biggest concern is just the insight that we have into how IMES is managing this public property. In particular, giving a monopoly to their, what I assume are friends over at River Sports to rent out boats. I don't know why boat rentals are under this monopoly, and bikes anyone can use their own bike, but you can't use your own boat. And it also, because I'm primarily a climber at IMES, the main climbing entrance is also under this donation fee tax. And I've seen nothing in any of their glossy photos or renderings that they've put out that indicate that they're going to improve anything for climbers, either at the climbing crag or at the parking lot there. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Jay, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might suggest that we take the comments to heart. City of Knoxville, Knox County, and IMES all own different pieces, and perhaps invite Executive Director Amber Parker of IMES to come and give a presentation. She will actually be giving a presentation to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board next month. Perhaps she could carry that on and bring it to the commission in full and make sure we answer all questions and better understand it.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent idea. And Drew, if you would take note of that, please. Is Mr. Huddleston here? Yes, sir. Your name and county of residence.
My name is Brett Huddleston, and I am from Knox County. I'm an avid rock climber at the IMES and a user of their crag there. And I don't believe it's very fair that if they're going to start charging this fee to park there, specifically at the Aberdeen Lane, mainly because the crag is not owned by IMES, rather it is the city. And IMES does not have any dealings in the upkeep of that area, and it's done all by myself and other members of the community there. And so I don't think that it's very fair that they are going to be making money off of that parking lot when it's not going to go towards the upkeep and the maintenance of that crag. Just in like making it look nice and making sure that all the hardware is safe and for people to use. And so I'm just confused as well as it now being said that it's a donation when there are signs up at the parking lot stating that there will be ticketing, towing, and booting cars if the fee is not paid. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Charles White. Is Mr. Name and county of residence, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Charles White. I live in Knox County. I'd like to thank the commission for the chance to speak, and I have a few prepared comments. I want to state my concerns regarding the recently adopted parking fees in the IMES Nature Center. While we certainly want to ensure the Nature Center is adequately funded to continue its mission of being a public resource, there should have been greater involvement and consultation with the various stakeholders affected by this change. Places like the City of Knoxville's Island Home Park and the Forks of the River Wildlife Management Area sit contiguously to IMES and offer access to the same greenway and trail systems. Because of the suddenness of this change, it isn't hard to see that these city and state properties will bear an increased parking burden as users seek out more affordable parking options. This will adversely affect several important naturalist and conservation-based communities, including trail runners, fishers, hunters, rock climbers, and mountain bikers, who will face a significant increase in competition for limited space. In the case of Island Home Park, tax-paying citizens will be inundated with more recreational parking demands that will contribute to traffic concerns in a residential zone. The haste with which this change in policy was reached reflects a lack of consideration for the way it will degrade these communities' participation in the local recreational economy and the quality of residential life for homeowners. IMES needs money earmarked for improvements, without a doubt. However, any future changes with access to IMES must strive to include their neighbors' needs as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Luke Hess. Luke Hess. Michaela Wilson. Caleb Kaiser. All right, seeing. Your name and county of residence, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Caleb Kaiser, and I am a resident of Knox County. I'm here on the topic of the IMES fee. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I really don't mind at all if people with the means to go and play with their very expensive toys have to pay a little bit of money. However, as a poor South Knoxville kid whose family of a school teacher, I'm a son of a school teacher, 3 kids, the only places we could afford to go were places like IMES. In the quarry, I played in that quarry when I was a little kid, long before IMES came, and I love that place, and it is dear to my heart, and it kept me out of a lot of trouble, to be perfectly honest with you. However, the separation between those who have and those who do not is unbearable to me. It shouldn't be a golden gate to the urban wilderness. If it is a optional donation only, I am 100% in support of the plans going forward with IMES. I have nothing bad to say about IMES itself or the commission or any of the ideas that have spurred on this pursuit of funds for further development. What I do have a problem with is separating the citizens of Knox County who don't even know what they're missing for a legacy project. You know, I believe wholeheartly that the citizens of Knoxville, if they want these developments, they will show up and they will pay for it, just like they did for the bike trails and many other, like the Crag, that's all volunteer. All the bike trails, vastly volunteer, if not paid for by donations. It can be done, and it doesn't have to saddle the residents who may not be able to afford it with another tax during what is already a very burdensome economic situation we're all already in. And thank you for your time, Commission, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. That concludes public forum. Next item, please.
The next item is number 41, under other business. It's motion and vote of Madam Chair to call a special session of the Commission on Wednesday, March 6, 2024 at 11:30 a.m. in the small assembly room of the City County Building for the purpose of filling the Knox County Board of Education District 8 vacancy.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Motion by Jay, second by Beeler. Any discussion? Commissioner Ward.
Just a note, I will not be here. I fly out at 11 that day.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion? All those in favor, Commissioner Lundy?
I will be traveling that day too, so I just want to know, I want you to know I won't be there.
All right. Do we have any other commissioners that are unable to make that meeting?
I will not be able to be here, Madam Chair.
All right, we still have a majority. All right. We have a proper motion, second on the floor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 42, a motion and vote to suspend the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 1, Section M, elections or appointments to appoint the winner of the March 5th primary for the Knox County Board of Education District 8.
Motion by Jay, second by Beeler. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 37, please.
It's Resolution R-24-2-901 to amend the growth policy plan.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. Before we get into a motion and a vote and discussion, do you want to hold the public forum portion of that before
Yes, we
we
certainly
entertain a
will.
motion? Okay.
Yes, we certainly will. And actually, before we do any of that, I have a request from our Mayor Jacobs to be able to come forward and say a few words on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs, 400 Main Street, right here in Knoxville. I appreciate all of your support during this planning process. As you are all aware, the growth policy process is complicated. A reminder of how we got here: after an attempt to amend the plan in 2019, we listened to feedback and began the process of creating our first comprehensive land use and transportation plan. This body approved a contract with Kimberly Horn. We spent the last 2 years hearing feedback from over 4,000 residents and developing a draft plan. The plan has been posted on the website since October of 2023. After this, we reconvened the Growth Policy Committee. I proposed an amendment based on the data gathered from the comprehensive plan. The Growth Policy Committee reconvened in October and held its final meeting in January. In all, there were 4 public meetings at which many of you were in attendance. We heard from residents and members of this body requesting additional changes to the proposal. We carefully considered those requests, made some edits, and presented a final amendment, which was approved at the Growth Policy Committee's January 10th meeting. Based on the final amendment, I will not be reconvening the Growth Policy Committee. I ask that you vote on the amendment that is presented before you today. There are members from the leadership team here to answer any questions you may have regarding the plan and the amendment. I ask for your support and help in moving this plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As recommended, we are going to move forward with public forum on this item first, and then we will get into the motion and commission discussion and vote. First person on public forum is Brad Trueblood. Mr. Trueblood. Joyce Harrell. Ms. Harrell, if you give your name and county of residence, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And after Mr. Harrell will be Gerald Bryce and Kevin Murphy.
Okay. My name is Joyce Harrell. I live in Corrigan on Jim Wolf Road. I am the president of the Corrigan Community Club, and I would like to speak on behalf of the citizens of Corrigan who are not here tonight. We are a rural area in northeast Knox County, and we have the beautiful House Mountain. I've sat and listened to the discussion about IMES, how it's going to be overran. The same thing is going to happen to House Mountain. As more and more people come, I believe I heard a number of 70,000 that are expected to move into Knox County and Knoxville. The roads will not hold them. I do not know how they expect for the ambulances, the fire trucks to come. Yes, we have a helipad in Corrigan. I hate to see it up and down the whole time. If there's a major accident or a major, God forbid, a shooter at Corrigan School, for the police to get there. The traffic is unreal. And I would like to challenge each and every commissioner, go to the far end of Washington Pike, 7 a.m., and drive all the way to the interstate. It is almost impossible to do. You will not get there before 8 o'clock. And I would like to also read a thing that I found from Smithfield. I don't know if Mr. Sanderson is here tonight or not, but this is in regards to Belltown. We are a part of the community. We're on Ball Road, and we want to be a part of it. We just don't want to come here and not listen to our neighbors about their concerns. We are a part of it. We don't want to go anywhere we're not wanted. Mr. Sanderson, you're not wanted in Corryton. And please take that in consideration. We want growth, but we don't want that kind of growth. Belltown is projected to have 1,103 homes in it. That is just unthinkable for us. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gerald Bryce. Is Mr. Bryce here? Followed by Kevin Murphy and Broadus Hubbs. Mr. Bryce, your name and county of residence, please.
My name is Gerald Bryce. I live in District 7 in Halls. I was born and raised in Bearden. My father's family lived in the Mascot area, and I spent a lot of time there growing up. After high school, I spent 22 years in the Navy. My wife and I decided after retirement, we'd come back to Knoxville because we hadn't found any place we liked any better than this. We lived from coast to coast to Florida, up to New Jersey, California, and we couldn't find any place better than this. Between 2010 and 2022, the average growth rate in Knox County was 1.1% per year average. However, including this was the 2019, 20, and 2021 growth rates. From 2019 to 2020, it was 2.2%, and 2021, the growth rate was 1.95%, significantly increased than it was earlier. The post-pandemic growth is what I gather is going to be high. I understand the need for a growth plan, and this plan should be fair and balanced for all residents of Knox County, which in my opinion, this plan is not. My comments are mainly about Northeast Knox County because this is the area I'm most familiar with. The growth plan indicates approximately 40,000 new residents in the Northeast Knox area. I don't believe there's an accurate way to determine how many new households this will be. However, in 2021, Knox County registered 2 vehicles per household in the county. And this 40,000 is going to add a lot to that. The Federal Highway Administration has formulas to calculate maximum traffic density for rural 2-lane roads, which Washington Pike, Tazewell Pike, and Emory Road is. With information I could find, the 3 arteries meet or exceed these guidelines. My figures could be incorrect, but that's the best I could come up with. The transportation infrastructure in Northeast Knox is not adequate to support the growth indicated by this plan. Other areas of infrastructure that are inadequate include, but are not limited to, the sheriff's office, fire protection, water and sewage, access to medical care, and a biggie, the increased loading on landfill. In my opinion, all growth should be based on infrastructure that is in place, not what is proposed or planned. This proposed plan, while well-meaning, proposes to change the lifestyle and culture of this area. And these are the reasons that I returned to this area when I retired from the Navy. And that's the reason that people want to move into this area. And this growth plan destroys that, in my opinion.
Mr. Bryce, are you about finished, sir?
I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kevin Murphy, Broadus Hubbs, and Harry Brooks. Mr. Murphy, your name, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Murphy, Knox County. I represent Knox Community Planning Alliance and Advocates for Balanced Growth. We've been really engaged in the growth plan, general plan, and advanced Knox for the last several years. With you tonight, our request is that the growth plan and comprehensive plan, they're really tied together. And we would request that you do something like, tie the approval or the effectiveness of the growth plan to the new comprehensive plan. Talked with a lot of you, and we are, there's a bad outcome we're trying to avoid. The growth plan amendment, it adds 9,000 acres of new planned growth area. And that land is currently subject to development restrictions, which won't apply anymore once the new growth plan takes effect. Without a new comprehensive plan, and a comprehensive plan with teeth, with some enforceable requirements, we believe that the bad outcome that you get is a land rush, basically, of new rezonings and development plans in this expanded growth area. Open spaces, fields, and forest would develop in ways that aren't in character with the surrounding rural community. And when you get a lot of subdivision development out there, that's, there's a lot of good fiscal impact analysis done during the advanced Knox process. And that's where we learned that, that's the one that is a negative revenue in terms of taxes and cost for the county. And you're really looking to have that mixed use. That's the one that's a more positive revenue. So our hope is that the new comprehensive plan will raise our development standards out there. All of you and Mayor Jacobs and the staff have been supportive of Advanced Knox, and I want to give a special thank you to the county and planning staff who are working through all the intricate details and interconnected layers. We have plans today, a lot of plans and a lot of policies and actions. Our problem has been that they haven't been implemented. There's a lot of good ideas. So what you're charged with and what we are hoping and trusting you to do is to implement those plans and implement those actions. Let's see. And a group of us, including several former planning commissioners, we've been looking at our draft, the comprehensive plan. We've looked at what other counties and states are doing. We've submitted a number of pages of comments and suggestions to the staff, and I know that they're diligently going through them. So we trust the professional staff, planning commission, and yourselves will make sure the comprehensive plan will have those enforceable requirements that will really change the decision-making process for planning commission and county commission, and really let us begin changing our land use decisions. So to close, our ask is simply to tie the growth plan effectiveness to to the adoption of the new comprehensive plan, and we think that'll steer us away from some bad outcomes we're afraid of. Thank you.
Thank you. Broadus Hubbs, followed by Harry Brooks and Julie Thompson. Is Mr. Hubbs here? Mr. Brooks?
Madam Speaker, would it be possible to move me to the bottom of the list?
Certainly.
All right, thank you very much.
Is Julie Thompson here? Ms. Thompson, 3 minutes and your name and county of
Julie
residence.
Thompson, Knox County. I'm a retired teacher, principal, and executive director of elementary education for the Knox County school system. I have devoted my life's work as an educator to doing what's best for children. As I have attended meetings and listened to everyone talk about the development of the 8th District and the need to allow more housing, such as subdivisions, condos, and apartments, I haven't heard anyone talk about the impact of that development will have on the children of Knox County. As a farmer's wife, I've had the privilege to raise 2 children and now 2 grandchildren on our farm in Coreyton. There, my children were able to run and play, swing, ride their bikes, go fishing, climb fences, and a whole host of other activities that happen outside of our house. My grandchildren are experiencing those activities now. Being able to play outside is critical to their healthy development. I was surprised to learn that while you may be eager to allow development to flourish in the 8th District, there are no development standards by which the developers must use to plan their communities. They're simply given the keys to the kingdom to remove trees and any unwanted soil, cover the roads with pavement and houses, and move on to the next project. There's no expectation that they will provide green space for children to run, playgrounds for them to get much-needed exercise, bicycle trails, ponds for fishing, or gardens for them to work alongside their parents or other adults in the neighborhood. With childhood obesity rates at an all-time high and teenage mental health and depression at crisis levels, there needs to be some attention paid to the families and the people who will be living in these housing developments long after the developers have left. If there are 200 houses in a space, there's likely to be 200 children living there also. Are they to play outside in their less than quarter-acre yard or in the street? None of those options sound safe or adequate. I accept that people have the right to sell and purchase their property as they want. However, as a commission, you have the responsibility to the people living in those neighborhoods to ensure that they have the highest quality of life possible by simply requiring appropriate neighborhood design. The school system has program standards that contractors are required to use when building new schools that ensure that the facilities meet the needs of the children who will attend the school. A community of families with children deserve nothing less. I urge you to have a vision for what life will be like for the children in those communities and take time to develop program standards that developers must follow to ensure healthy children, healthy families, and healthy communities. You can require developers to create those spaces where children can get out of their houses, put down their devices, and enjoy the beautiful seasons that we're fortunate to have in East Tennessee. It is done in other counties all across the nation, and it can be done in Knox County. Please postpone your vote tonight to allow time for the development of program standards that all developers must use when creating new neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Charlie Martinez, followed by Sandra Korbalek and Adam Thompson. Name and county of residence, please. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Charlie Martinez, Knox County. But I come to y'all as Dr. Charlie Martinez, the state specialist for farm and financial management. I'm going to read off some bullet points, some of the research that we've done at UT and the Center of Farm Management. I'm used to having slides and a clicker, so I'm going to try to read it as thoroughly as I can and as quickly as I can. In the fall of 2022, I was approached by Commissioner Jeff Aiken, or Assistant Ag Commissioner Jeff Aiken, to understand the American Farmland Trust, American Farmland Trust analysis of farmland loss in Tennessee, where they ranked Tennessee as the 4th most threatened state for farmland loss. And then since then, in 2022, they ranked them number 3 behind behind Texas and North Carolina. Since then, the University of Tennessee Center of Farm Management has analyzed the rate of loss in Tennessee in terms of farm and forestry acre loss. To put this in perspective, from 1997 to 2017, 1.1 million acres was lost, which is the equivalent of 4 counties in Tennessee. Furthermore, to put that in perspective, that's 55,601 acres per year, or 6.3 acres per hour. Since 2017, we've actually increased the number of acres we've lost as a state. We've actually lost, since 2017, 432,941 acres, or an average of 86,580 acres per year or equivalent to 9.8 acres per hour over that time frame. The most prevalent area where farm and land conversion has been occurring is in Middle and East Tennessee. Middle Tennessee, Nashville, East Tennessee, Knoxville, and Chattanooga. Going forward, industrial development in West Tennessee will lead to increased loss of Tennessee's most productive cropland, pasture land, and forage land. While we do know that people do have the ability to sell their land, we work with producers every day within our center. Tennessee is in the inevitable position of having extensive farm and forest land resources and a robust economy with high rates of population growth and economic development. While Tennessee's farm and forest land resources are extensive, they are not infinite. Rapid conversion of farm and forest land threatens to reduce agriculture production, disrupt rural communities, destroy wildlife habitat, and limit recreational opportunities while increasing soil and water pollution. In the 2023 Governor's Report, the state ag forestry industrial complex was accounted for 11% of the economic activity in the state, which puts it at #1 within the state. As individuals, we do not invest our retirement into a single stock. Professionals advise individuals to diversify investments into multiple sectors. Similarly, a state's economy is likely more resilient if diversified. Having multiple sectors that move indirectly would be better to insulate the economy from economic downturns. Agroforest is a sector of the Tennessee's economy that needs consideration for growth like manufacturing and/or technology. This would help develop a resilient economy. Protecting the farmland for the ag forest sector is like developing skilled employees for manufacturing. Both are vital inputs into growing these sectors. One last thing, I know I'm out of time. We run reports with the Crop Productivity Index from a national database that we actually can monitor by acreage count throughout the country. So in that research, we actually monitored by county in Tennessee the number of what we considered the most highly productive land by county. In Tennessee, 3.1 of the available acres in Tennessee is the most valuable cropland.
Thank you.
Where it's at is actually in the Northeast Tennessee quadrant. So that's something to think about moving forward with the limited resource.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sandra Korbalek, Adam Thompson, Kent Minalt. Is Sandra here? Adam Thompson? Kent Minalt? Yes, sir.
Hi, Adam Thompson, Knox County.
Thank you.
I feel like this is, I'm starting to sound like a broken record. We've been through the growth plan process a few times. Now that we're here in front of you, you all have done a lot of work. I know there's been a lot of discussions. Same story. I couldn't have followed a better speaker. Agriculture is the #1 industry in the state. It should not be overlooked by anyone. I don't care what county you're in, even if you're in Davidson County, it shouldn't be overlooked that agriculture is the #1 industry. As a sixth-generation farmer and a board member of Knox Union Cattlemen Association, that's certainly not lost on me either. It's certainly not lost on anyone in this room. This is the way it's supposed to work. I could not be more proud of my community. I know we're in an election cycle. Some of you are up for re-election. Some of you are not running again. You're term limited. You will not be here when we're implementing this. We ask you to, as our representatives, to understand where we're coming from, because this is where we live. This is where we will continue to live. When we're talking about prime farmland in this planned growth area in the Northeast Knox area, it was said in committee that Knox County is just not an ag county. Prime farmland, okay, it sounds great. The national average for corn production is about 168 bushels per acre. I know for most of y'all that doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's just a number. In this planned growth area, we have 2023 current production of 230 bushels per acre. That's prime farmland. When chopped for silage, it produces over 30 tons of silage per acre. That's not a small number, especially when the national average is only 168 bushels per acre. Would you all be surprised to know that that is also currently owned by a developer? It just happens to be farmed because this plan is not in place yet. They currently don't have the quote-unquote on-paper permission to do so. There are other acres just like this that are waiting for this growth plan to go in effect. We cannot have this growth plan go in effect without the comprehensive plan. Most of us go to church. Anybody take communion? What if you went to communion and you only had bread and you had no wine? Did you really take communion? We need both. We can't do one without the other. So we're asking you, please, either postpone until we get the comprehensive plan together or tie them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minal?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, I'm Kent Minot, Knox County. This comment is from the local Sierra Club group. There's a more complete version that's been emailed to you. The advanced Knox process established several community priorities which are clearly expressed in public meetings. People want conservation of farmland, open space, ridgetop protection, and affordable housing. The current form of the comprehensive plan doesn't mention these things, nor does the growth policy plan. The growth policy plan is supposed to be derived from the comprehensive land use and transportation plan, but if there's a flaw or omission in that comprehensive plan, then we must resolve it before we pass any amendments to the growth policy plan. We've had no hearings or discussions on the draft comprehensive plan, so we're not ready to finalize the growth policy plan, amendments or not. Remember the old shell game where the huckster switches thimbles around and then dares the rube to guess where the P is? Well, in this case, the disappearing P is the protections people established during advanced Knox. Until you get them into the comprehensive plan with a genuine public process, they're not there. Vote for these amendments and you're confirming public suspicions that the fix is in. Now, there's a clean, responsible way out of this. Postpone a decision on these amendments 1 to 3 months to give yourselves and the Planning Commission time to evaluate and amend the comprehensive plan with proper public participation. Or just vote the amendments down now. This public is here to make sure you preserve the protections we clearly expressed at the Growth Policy Committee meeting on January 10th. With one exception, every voice pleaded urgently for the preservation of community character and environmental protections. The exception was a real estate representative. So what's wrong with these amendments? They punt all the tough decisions to a unified development ordinance that'll take at least 2 more years. In that time, the GPP would open up over 10,000 acres of the county without any improved development standards. The amendments provide no protection for our rural character and nature. The map shows large swaths of farmland and open space in its planned growth area, total suburban sprawl. The amendments only envision transportation by personal vehicles, more cars on county roads. Is anyone thinking about climate change? There's no mention of public transportation. With the growing congestion on county roads, why require everyone to have a car? The sector plans are gone. This denies property owners existing protections for properties in neighborhoods. No justification for their removal has been given. The amendments eviscerate all protections for hillsides, slopes, and ridgetops despite clear public support for them. Make them mandatory. What about energy efficiency standards for houses and businesses? What about community solar? Have you noticed we're electrifying our economy? We need a comprehensive plan that reflects public intent and a growth policy plan and revised zoning ordinances that cannot deviate from that agreed upon plan. The comprehensive plan needs teeth, so they can't make a zoning change anytime a developer wants one. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Larry Silverstein, Sarah Johnson, and Benjamin Steltenkamp. Mr. Silverstein, are you here?
Larry Silverstein, Knox County.
Stein, excuse me.
I'm speaking on behalf of Community Forum. Community Forum's recent letter to commissioners spelled out many specific concerns about the Growth Policy Plan, GPP. I and other members made comments at 4 meetings of the coordinating committee and during the Advanced Knox process. We urge you to vote no on the Growth Policy Plan amendment. The Comprehensive Land Use and Transportation Plan, which has not been discussed by County Commission nor recommended by Planning Commission, is intertwined with the GPP. By state law, it and all other plans must be consistent with the GPP. However, it is not on today's agenda. Mayor Jacobs' first Advanced Knox press release on May 21st, 2021 was titled, Mayor Jacobs announces formal start of effort to update general plan. There was no mention of GPP. Much has happened since then and proposes a profound and negative impact on land use and planning. Advanced Knox public meetings for Ideas Week were in March 2022. Advanced Knox's website details the written input submitted at the public meetings. At Ideas Week, people were asked to note treasures, defined as what you love most about Knox County, and also places that reflect well on the community or that need to be improved, protected, maintained, conserved, or preserved. Only 187 people attended those meetings at 7 locations, and 249 others commented online. Sadly, these comments were ignored in the proposed plans, especially dealing with preserving slopes and farmland. None asked to remove sector plans or density limitations. Meetings for Choices Week were held in October 22 and for Priorities Week in March 2023. The GPP proposed amendment and draft comprehensive land use plan only went online October 10th, 2023. The last coordinating committee meeting was January 10th to approve the revised GPP amendment and map. County Commission had a workshop on February 5th. 1998 state law sets out the purposes and objectives of the GPP. It is to establish boundaries for rural planned growth and urban growth areas, which are shown on the map. The GPP map moves 14 square miles of prime farmland from the rural area to the planned growth area. This is controversial, especially in East Knox County. Advanced Knox website states, it is crucial that this plan be built on the values, needs, and aspirations of people throughout the county and be supported by good data. This vision statement is a thriving county that honors its natural beauty and cultural heritage while supporting diverse people and businesses. The GPP still includes 2 whereas clauses that are not true. It also states the coordinating committee met for a year, which was true in 2000 when the existing plan was adopted in 2001, but not true in 2023. We may see a revised zoning ordinance in 2 years with details about standards for place types and the Unified Development Plan. Small area plans do not replace sector plans. Please listen to the public and vote no on the Growth Policy Plan. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. Is Ms. Johnson here? Sarah Johnson? Followed by Steltenkamp, Mary Long, and Hanson Sale.
Sarah Johnson, Knox County. Hello, Commissioners. I recognize that as public servants, you often face problems that have no clear answers or solutions. Thank you for allowing the public's input this evening on these challenging topics. Tonight, I ask you to delay your vote on the 4,900 acres that will be added to Washington Pike, Ritta, and Malonaville areas. Please delay the vote to take additional time to make amendments to the current plan. My family lives in the Clearbrook Estates subdivision off Tazewell Pike, just outside the city limits. We recently moved here from New Mexico. We have absolutely fallen in love with our neighborhood. The rural charm, beauty, and local history is unique, but this uniqueness will be stripped away with the current plan of the proposed development. In spite of my love for this new area, the first year we were here, I was horrified by the amount of time I sat in gridlock traffic navigating to and from my home daily. The amount of dwellings that the new planned growth area allows will increase traffic in our area exponentially. Getting to and from my home during rush hour is already a nightmare. I understand that Washington Pike will be widened to alleviate some of these concerns, but what about the other roads that feed our neighborhoods? If you add the amount currently proposed to development, our part of the city will go from having main arterial roads that are very congested to having main arterial roads that are in cardiac arrest. If you do proceed with the plan as it is currently laid out, what provisions are there not only for the increase in traffic, but for the ability to keep our people safe on the roads? Has more law enforcement been budgeted when we have the inevitable increase in traffic accidents? What about provisions for emergency services such as rural metro? What is the plan to minimize noise and light pollution? The secret is out about how great East Tennessee is. Tens of thousands of people like myself want to move here. Please take the time to make sure your plan will allow for growth that will benefit the newcomers as well as your current constituents. Newcomers to East Tennessee are drawn to the amazing natural beauty here. People moving expect to live in around this alluring natural environment. They do not expect to sit in an hour of traffic for their daily commute. Please delay your vote and consider amendments to decrease the dwelling units to something that better fits our rural character and something that our area can realistically accommodate. Knoxville must plan for growth, but this growth plan does not contain enough provisions to grow responsibly. Where are the legal mandates for sidewalks, for greenways, for parks and bike paths? We have the chance tonight to cast aside the outdated idea of overdevelopment. Does Northeast Knox County really need to absorb 52% of the new planned growth? The current plan for development does not offer enough protections for our natural environment. This is untenable.
Ms. Johnson, could you wrap it up, please?
Yes, ma'am. What kind of legacy will your legislation tonight bring? Please make the changes necessary to help us leave a creative legacy of growth we all can be proud of.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Steltenkamp, Mary Long, Mr. Sale, and Ms. Nolan.
I am Benjamin Steltenkamp. Thank you for pronouncing it correctly. It's been a bane of my entire existence. So I am a member of Knox County. I live in Knox County. I'm a resident of Rita. My wife and I chose this area because of its rural setting, and the changes that are being proposed will forever change it for the worst. Now, I totally understand the need for affordable housing as well as the increase in housing density, but this area is not currently compatible with those. Knox County needs all the agricultural zoning it has, and we should be adding acres of land, not taking them away. I find it ironic on our seal, it says agriculture, and I'm just hearing we're losing it constantly. Northeast Knox County is the last area in Knox that still has large open spaces, and who is to blame for that? Certainly not the residents that have been great stewards of their land. We have many neighbors who have been farming and ranching their land for multiple generations. You, the representatives of Knox County, should be bending over backwards to help them keep farming and not making way for traditional neighborhoods. So it seems now the plan is we turn over this land to a bunch of developers. Before my family moved here, we lived in the state of Florida, the state that never met a developer it didn't like. Rita and Gibbs do not want to become another Hardin Valley. Our area does not have the roads nor the ability to handle thousands more households worth of sewage. Have you driven down Washington Pike during rush hour? We are hearing the county has no plans to add more schools, just add to the capacity of our current schools. How will this work when our local schools can't even hire enough teachers and staff at our current enrollment? So what a lot of us want to know is, are the developers going to pay for all the infrastructure cost? No, most likely they will not. It will be us, the taxpayers, that will have to pay for it when we are asking for none of this. Keep Rita and Gibbs rural. If you want affordable housing and high-density zoning, you can do it in the city of Knoxville, not in our community. I hope you decide to delay this vote and allow for more time so the public has more input what you are planning to do to their community. And remember, it is our community. We may have voted to have you represent us in the past, but if we, the people, feel that you are no longer doing your job, we will make sure you don't disappoint us again. Thank you for giving me time to speak.
Mary Long, Hanson Sale, Amy Nolan.
Hey, Mary Long, Retta Community. Thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of our communities today. We appreciate the time and effort that's been put into this plan and making sure that it's successful. We own the property that's directly beside the largest single plot in the planned growth area, the multi-hundred acre proposed Newtown development in northeast Knox County. I've spoken before about the runoff that this much development will cause and the effect that this will have on my property and that of my neighbors, as well as on the water table. When it rains, the area is already a mud hole. Wise Springs Road has flooded in heavy rain. Even after a typical winter shower, there is water standing for several days. This astronomical level of proposed development will exacerbate this issue. Just on this plot alone, even if they're denied a zoning change, there's a potential for over 1,000 homes and multiple parking lots for retail space. The amount of concrete that it takes to cover that much ground will greatly impact the property around it. We need safeguards in place to ensure that this won't have a detrimental impact on the surrounding area. I'm a third-generation lifetime resident of Knox County. My family has owned 72 acres in northeast Knox County since the early 70s. In that time, we have raised livestock, crops, and supported many local farmers. We built our forever home on my family's land in 2014. We took a long time to make that decision, but ultimately raising our kids in a rural setting and teaching them to love their land and provide for themselves and their communities was a strongly held value for us. We moved out there for the character of the area. The fact that we weren't stepping out of our back door and looking directly into someone else's kitchen window. That we weren't sitting bumper to bumper traffic just to go to the store. My oldest child had breathing issues that significantly improved within the first year in our home. We wanted to know our neighbors and feel that sense of safety and community, the open space and the clean air. We didn't move to this area for the fantastic shopping or the restaurants or the work opportunities. My husband works in Maryville. If we wanted to be closer to work, we'd live there. These things are all important to me, and they're important to many others in the community. That's why people move to the rural zone. I've spoken with a lot of people that live in some of the early subdivisions in this area, and they all say the same thing. They aren't happy with all the changes and that they moved here for the same reasons that most of us stay here for. Please vote no, or at least delay the vote until all the plans come in. Keep these areas zoned rural and give existing farms and residents some legal safeguards to protect what we have worked hard for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sale.
Hanson Sale, Knox County. I'm here on behalf of East Tennessee Realtors to speak in support of the proposed growth amendments. The housing crisis is real. Home prices have increased 85% since 2019. So that equates to a $250,000 house in 2019 is now worth an average of $462,000. This is a crisis that touches the lives of our friends, our neighbors, our family and friends, and many of our city's most essential workers. Those who keep our community safe, who teach our kids, who respond to our medical emergencies, and the data bears it out. Our research shows that the starting salary for a sheriff's deputy is enough to afford just 2% of the homes listed for sale in Knox County today. So I ask you, what happens when we don't have places to live for our law enforcement, and do we really back the blue? The starting salary for a KCS teacher, 2% of homes on the market are affordable. What happens when we don't have teachers and places for them to live? The median salary for a registered nurse is enough to afford just 5% of the homes listed for sale. What happens when we show up to the ER and we have to wait a while because we can't get enough nurses? These are the people who are hurt the most when we fail to address the structural faults in our land use system. Make no mistake, this isn't an easy decision. Public decision making is hard. It requires balancing nebulous concepts with community-wide needs. And while we have an obligation to listen carefully to our neighbors about their concerns, we also have to grapple with uncomfortable realities. What happens when we say no to reforms to 20-year-old growth plans? Who are we really saying no to? Is it the young family looking for their first home? The retiree searching for the place to live their golden years, or the young professional who defines our county's future? To achieve a goal where our community is a place where all people can achieve a better lives for themselves, we have to grapple with the fact that our community has underproduced housing for more than 20 years, a symptom of our continued reliance on plans and policies that reflect the needs and priorities that are 20 years old. And we have people saying that we need to rely on plans that are 20 years old. We can't forget the amendments before you represent a healthy compromise. We're reducing density in the vast majority of the rural areas, and this will be one time in my entire existence where you'll see me supporting something that is reducing density. And it also is addressing our housing needs by making sure that we're enabling development potentials in places where infrastructure already exists. And we also can't forget the fact that these amendments didn't just come out of nowhere. They are the product of months and months of hard work from our county staff and planning staff, and months of public input. For these reasons, our association asks that you vote to support these amendments as one of the many land use reforms that we have to make as a community if we want to continue to be an affordable place to live, whether it be our police officers, our first responders, or teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nolan, followed by Wolf Nigeli, Martha Kern, and Mike Mitchell.
Thank you. Amy Nolan on behalf of the Knoxville Chamber, 17 Market Square. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank you, fellow members of the Growth Policy Committee. This has been a very long process where we've sat through many, many hours of testimony, studies, stakeholders meeting, technical committee meetings, and many meetings throughout the neighborhoods. Thank you, Mayor Jacobs, for bringing this amendment forward and recognizing that Knox County is growing and that growth isn't sustainable under our current land use rules. We can't stop growth. In fact, we need to accelerate growth among young professionals who are going to fill and create jobs and spend money on the things that keep our economy healthy. We are actually not growing like our peer cities for those individuals 25 to 50 years old who find themselves priced out of our market. For many of us, that is our children and our grandchildren. We cannot have a litmus test or build a wall around to keep newcomers out. If we could, even if we could, we would be left with a community where housing is increasingly unattainable for many people. Our current guidelines already create sprawling subdivision and in many cases consume valuable green space and farmland without the proper roads and commercial hubs to support them. This plan actually restricts development in the rural area, reduces the density in the rural areas. And I will agree with Mr. Murphy, and I was questioning about this at a workshop. It is a gamble for us. We are saying, yes, reduce it in the rural areas, add more protection in the rural areas, but we are counting on a greater variety of place types, a greater variety of housing that is attainable for the people that Hanson just spoke about, as well as our children and our parents. Keeping to the status quo is estimated to result in an annual $2 million deficit for Knox County as infrastructure struggles to keep up with sprawl. The current plan would save the county $4.8 million, money that can be used to invest in infrastructure, keep property taxes low, create more parks, and better pay our county employees. Private property rights are a foundational principle of our organization. It's important to remember that no property owner loses their land or the use of their land under this proposal. Indeed, reducing sprawl and keeping property taxes low benefits all property owners. Tonight's vote is an important step to ensuring Knox County will grow with appropriate infrastructure, more variety in housing, and a cost that is not burdensome for taxpayers. Please vote yes tonight on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nigeli, Martha Kern, Mike Mitchell, and Megan Howard. Yes, sir.
Wolf Neckley, Knox County.
I'm president of the Foundation for Global Sustainability, and I've lived in Cairns for 26 years. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. I have a PhD degree in natural resources policy and planning, and 20 years ago, or actually 22 years ago, I was a citizen advisor for the Knox County General Plan 2033, which is currently still in effect. And more recently, I was a member of Advanced Knox Advisory Committee. Advanced Knox has been characterized to the public as an effort to define a vision and create a plan that will guide growth, land use, transportation, economic prosperity, and quality of life in the county for years to come. Let me repeat, quality of life for years to come. While many in the community believe that growth has been occurring at a breathtaking pace, the development of public infrastructure, amenities, and services tends to go much slower, often taking decades, not just years. What is most concerning about the proposed growth policy plan is that it appears to have been developed in oblivion of the unparalleled uncertainties that the world and our county face today. Warning signs are abounding that global warming may be headed to a 3-degree increase or beyond, instead of merely 1.5 to 2 degrees, as has been heavily debated in recent times. Yet climate change, ecosystem vulnerability, biodiversity, landscape ecology, and community sustainability are not addressed at all in the proposed plan, or both of the plans, actually. Also, Advanced Knox has failed to assess likely socioeconomic policy outcomes. That's a hallmark of good planning. Community resilience of natural hazards is mentioned merely in the context of public parks. How about assuring it for existing neighborhoods? How about determining what first responders will need? Heat alone can cause chronic illness and death from heat exhaustion, kidney damage, heart attack, or stroke, as pointed out by a recent Harvard study. Also, children suffering burns from stepping on hot balconies or touching items heated by the sun are increasingly common. ERs in Arizona and other southwestern areas have reported seeing adults too, who stumbled and fell on hot pavement, even presenting second-degree burns if they had passed out or could not get up immediately without help. Stewardship of good agricultural land and prime soils is somewhat an important topic that we owe future generation. It is something that for all practical purposes is irreversible. So I urge you that you consider your children, your grandchildren, and your grandchildren's grandchildren in making a decision, and we'll make sure that you understand what's missing in these plans.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Martha Kern, Mike Mitchell, Megan Howard, Amanda Cruz, and Harry Brooks.
Martha Kern, Knox County. I'm Rutledge Pike, and I'm a farmer, and I know you all are working on tweaking the plan, because for 20 years I've tried to tell you I'm not going to subdivide my farm, and I think I found out today it was taken off the plan as a subdivision. But I just wanted to address what this does to farms. It's a slow death for farms if you don't control the growth in some form that protects farmland, because I'm pushed to other counties for supplies, and I sell 30,000 pounds of meat 10 miles from my farm, but I have to drive 150 miles to process it. Everything is getting pushed out because there are not enough customers here to support the business. And if we keep doing it, it's going to be the death of local agriculture. And I just feel like the plan is not looking enough at in-growth and protecting some of these producers that are still producing food in our county. Your food doesn't come from the grocery store, it comes from a farmer. And the supply chain can get messed up, and I just don't want to live someplace where there's no local food. And I just hope that you'll think about some of these things, and it doesn't matter whether you put 1 house per acre or 50 houses per acre. Once you put all those houses on it, it's never going to go back into agricultural production. So just think about long-term and what you're going to eat and where it's going to come from. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Mitchell.
Good evening, Madam Chair, esteemed commissioners. My name is Mike Mitchell. I'm a Knox County resident. And to the people who've spoken tonight, I'd like to see you after the meeting's over and get your contact information. This is not the last body that will vote on this. The town of Farragut still has a vote on March 28th, and I'd like to speak to you about that. I want to speak to you about a workshop that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen had last Thursday. And one of the most important things was what Vice Mayor Pavlin said. As you recall, in 2020, the town of Farragut voted down the growth policy plan. And they did so out of an act of self-preservation. As we look at the map, you'll see Choteau is in yellow in the planned growth area. And that's a problem because North Shore is a very, very dangerous road. It has over 17,000 cars a day. The crash rate between roundabout to roundabout is above the state average. The Tennessee Department of Transportation reports between 2018 and 2022 that accidents have increased 39%. Most of the accidents occurred in daylight hours, 64%, clear weather conditions, 71%, and along the roadway not near an intersection, 84%. So what Vice Mayor Pavlin was saying, you have to understand that Choteau is a suburb of Farragut. It's not a suburb of Knoxville. And since 1995, we've had explosive growth. But that road is unchanged for 55 years with the exception of 2 roundabouts. Commissioner Schoonmaker got us a turn lane at the Cove, and there's going to be a very small widening in the future. So 55 years, we haven't changed that roadway. It is the major east-west connection to Choteau. What happens when there's a wreck there? We get gridlock in Farragut. After the workshop in the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, I spoke with Michelle Portier of the Planning Commission. Right now, under the sector plan, Choteau is at 3 units an acre. So I said, what happens in the future? And she explained how Advanced Knox is an overlay that's over the growth policy plan. She said that she expected that Choteau would go from 3 units an acre to 5 units an acre in some places, up to 12 units an acre in other places. So we're talking about flooding Farragut. Every time there's an accident on North Shore, I can't get out of my subdivision because people are coming down Harvey Choteau, going to Boyd Station, going to Virtue, going down Turkey Creek. Now we can't get out. I ask you to vote this down because the process, Mr. Silverstein made it very clear. This is an incremental process. It should have been done in a more holistic relationship. And the problem is you're not going to discuss the density for 12 to 18 months after the Advanced Knox is approved. I ask you to vote this down. It's not good for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Howard.
Hard to follow that. Megan Howard, Knox County. I have been involved in all the community meetings and participate in the public input, so very thankful for your time this evening. I'm sure a lot of it is reverb. I have lived in Knox County for 19 years, been a Tennessee resident for over 35, and I can assure you as a hospital employee, availability is not affordability for me. During my time in Knox County, I have seen major implications from large, fast growth. The character of our area is in danger. As it stands, this plan feels very developer-driven to me. There doesn't seem to be any guidelines that assure we can keep the open and rural spaces that we love and drew us to this area. We are already inundated with multiple thousands of road trips from recent developments. Thompson Meadows alone estimated over 3,000 trips prior to building, and all Thompson School Road got was a stoplight. While having the opportunity to address the Planning Commission, I did not feel heard. I felt like an obligation, so I thank you for listening, as in our community. Were there any boots on the ground in our area? Did anybody sit on Washington Pike between 4:30 and 5:30? Have you tried to drop your kid off at Gibbs Elementary at 7 or tried to leave? Washington Pike and Tazewell Pike are one way in and one way out. They are overpopulated and overused, and we're seeing the domino effect on our side roads. If you've been out to northeast Knox County and driven Link, Harris, or Babley, you know that the 1,800 plus trips estimated from that development will be detrimental to those roads on which 2 cars can barely pass, much less a school bus. Recently purchased land out by Roberts Road is really pushing the bubble. We can see the direction Planning Commission is trying to go in the future when they're reaching that far into the county. Because once this green space is gone, there is no getting it back. As of right now, we feel that we're in a gray no man's land, and for the residents in this area, that's terrifying. I live across the street from one of the largest undeveloped plots in Knox County. The thought that someone could honestly plop down a town center right in the middle of all ag-zoned properties is unbelievable. It's almost as though the current residents will lose every attribute that lured them into this area for the group of proposed residents that do not even live here yet. Maloneyville and Rita residents still do not have a middle school. Children are still being bused to Holston. Growing faster than our infrastructure ensures overcrowded schools, children in portable classrooms, increased time of response from emergency services, light noise, and trash pollution, all while we're playing catch-up. There are no plans on the books other than future mobility studies. We have 0 parks or green spaces allocated in the most recent park plan. Please allow the comprehensive plan time to catch up and really get some teeth. We love where we live. It is essential to our future and the future of the character of our community to preserve our farmland and green spaces. That is why we moved here, and that is why we love. This is not a take it or leave it situation as we were made to believe at prior forums. I would hate for my daughter to see us pave paradise to put up a parking lot.
Amanda Cruz. Amanda Cruz, followed by Representative Brooks.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to sort of, my name's Mandy Cruz, and I live in Knox County, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
I own some property in the Rita community, as well as a small agriculture business. I own a flower farm, and we grow and sell cut flowers to the local community. We actually have a booth at Market Square. And so when I see these growth plans, like a lot of my neighbors, I get concerned about our ability to continue to farm and to continue to have that agriculture-based economy here. And I think that sustainability in a community goes a lot deeper than housing. I think that when we think about sustainability, we also need to think about how we're going to feed our community, about local businesses, local agriculture businesses. And those are all things that are a concern to me. And so I just wanted to come tonight and thank you all for the work that you've done so far, but also encourage you to continue to look at this plan and make sure that it's a comprehensive plan that allows for those of us who still want to farm and are still interested in local sustainability. The farmers market is one of our greatest assets. We have one of the best farmers markets of like anywhere. And I love being a part of that. And I'm afraid that if we continue to develop a lot of our agriculture lands, that we won't have local farmers and that we'll have to go outside of Knox County to be able to sustain such a great farmers market. And we already do that some, and that's great for those outlying counties to be able to sell here. But we need to keep some of that here as well. And so I appreciate the time, and thank you all for that.
Thank you. Representative Brooks, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Harry Brooks, 6600 Washington Pike. I want to thank you for taking this extraordinary amount of time to listen to us. While I'm not excited to live in the proposed urban growth zone, I realize that some growth is going to occur. The issue becomes, how do we grow? And the variables to be considered in making that decision. I'm a retired Knox County Sheriff's Department employee and was working there during the unprecedented growth in West Knox County and also in Hardin Valley. The growth process then was very poorly managed, resulting in many home burglaries, a significant increase, building material thefts, horrendous traffic problems. Do we want to see something like this occur with this plan? Plans on how we grow are critical. How we grow are critical. Washington Pike and Baby Road are parts of the area's ridge and valley system. Each valley has a major east-west road and a creek, which are prone to flooding in the valleys. Our ridges during the summer and the spring provide a beautiful canopy, and with reds and golds in the falls, these ridges define our area. How should we grow? Should we be allowed to build on the slopes of these ridges? Should we manipulate the flood zones for building purposes? Should the housing units per acre be calculated on usable land or include the floodplains and the ridges? The urban growth areas service providers need to clearly issue a clear and accurate report as to availability of water, electricity, and sewage current capacities. The service providers should also provide plans for additional population growth. Sewer development should also include additional plans previously proposed but not implemented for use. For example, the proposed Murphy Creek drainage basin sewer extension. The Sheriff's Department needs to provide a patrol zone analysis projecting the growth in housing and population to how many more officers will be needed in regard to that particular circumstance. Each school in the area needs to report current capacity of how many more students they have room for as relates to the urban growth zone. Traffic on the roads in this area, especially Washington Pike, is horrendous in those rush hour timeframes. I am asking for information to help us determine how we can best grow. More details are important before any definitive decisions can be made. Please allow more discussion for the specifics before we determine what is best for our community. How we grow is critical.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you all have come out here and that you've sat and listened to everyone else speak. One announcement that I'm going to make that I don't believe our commissioners even know yet, that certainly speaks directly to the things that you have referred to, and that is the comprehensive plan and what needs to occur to have that tie with the growth plan that is on the agenda tonight for a vote. Regardless of the result of tonight's vote, I want you all to know, and I also want the commissioners to know, this has not been public noticed yet, but on March 21st at 2 o'clock, we will be having a workshop for the comprehensive plan, and it will be a workshop, commissioners and planning staff speaking with us directly. It'll be a great time for questions and comments to be made at that point also. Moving forward, if there are no objections from other commissioners, we are scheduled to start our zoning meeting at 7 o'clock. I do not really feel like there is time at this point in time to address all the comments that I'm sure commissioners have to make. Commissioners, I'm proposing that we recess this meeting and begin zoning at 7:10. And of course, after zoning, then we will re-adjourn and, we will come together and continue with this discussion. Do I see any objections to that plan? Seeing none, then we are recessed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just had a question. Thank you. Does this mean that we're going to come back to this after zoning?
Yes.
So everybody's going to have to stay if they want to stay?
Yes, they
Okay.
are.
Thank you.
Public, zoning is public notice at 7 o'clock. That is something that is beyond our control at this point. So we are recessing. We'll come together at 7:10 to begin zoning. Thank you.
It was a good one to go to.
They're not all one.
Yeah.
They passed this one.
Yeah, I've been in the traffic in Knoxville. And it's
I'd like to call to order, please, the zoning meeting. If you all could please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Lundy. Here. Commissioner Darrett. Here. Commissioner Oster. Here. Commissioner Ward.
here.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
Commissioner Hill. Here. Commissioner Lee.
Here. Here.
Commissioner Baylor.
Here.
Commissioner Daly. Here. Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
You want fingers? You want fingers as well?
Thank you. We'll move forward.
Oh, okay.
We do have quorum. I'll now turn it over to Director Moyers and ask him to do the swearing in, please.
All right, if you're here on any zoning item before the commission, if you're here in favor of an item as the applicant, or if you're here in opposition and you plan to speak to this commission, please stand at this time and raise your right hand. If you plan to speak to this commission tonight, stand and raise your right hand.
Everyone, please, if you're going to be speaking.
All right. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give tonight be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay.
Thank you. If there's no objection, I'm going to try a little bit different order on zoning tonight. We have 5 items that were voted on 14-0. They were consent items. I'm going to suggest that we do those first, and then we will go back to items that had opposition or had speakers at planning. If there are any speakers for these consent items, though, they will still have the opportunity to speak. So our order of agenda is going to be item 48, 49, 53, 54, and 55, and then we will come back to the first item. So again, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 55. Madam Clerk, would you please proceed with item 48?
Item 48 is 1-H-24-RZ. It's a request of Richard LeMay for rezoning from PR Plan Residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR Plan Residential up to 3.5 dwelling units per acre. The property is located at 648 Fox Road, parcel ID 144006 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Anyone? Please come forward, sir. Would you state your name, please, and address for the record?
Ray Isaac, 9858 Footpath Lane. I'm in behalf of Richard LeMay.
Thank you, sir. Is there any opposition present for this item or anyone else that would like to speak on this item? I see no hands, please. Did you want to speak now?
I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You originally were approved for 10 lots. You're just jumping it to 12 lots. Is that correct?
No, actually, we were approved for 12 to start with. But then there was some mistakes in the plat calculations, and the commission, you approved 12 units to start with. But then they found a mistake, so now they try to
Okay,
correct it.
it's just a cleanup then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Director Brooks, would you please read the recommendation, the Planning Commission?
Yes, certainly. Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 3.5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development by a vote of 14-0 on consent.
Thank you. You have already been asked to speak to your project. Was there anything else you'd like to say?
No, that's it.
All right. Are there any comments or questions from fellow commissioners on this? Seeing none, hold on one second, sir. I'll look to Commissioner Oster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to reach out to Mr. LeMay a couple of times because I was curious about the project, and I haven't heard anything. So do you want to explain anything about the project?
In terms of what?
What your plans are for the development?
It's a single-family home, 12 units.
Okay. Okay. What I have done with the last one that came on Fox Road is I actually only approved 3 dwelling units an acre because of Fox Road. So I think that that's where I'm more comfortable of being at 3 acres, 3 dwelling units an acre instead of the 3.5. So I will make a motion to approve the PR zone up to 3 dwelling units an acre. So that's my motion.
Second. We have a motion by Oster, second by Frazier. Discussion. Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These lots are already platted and the road is in. I think what's happened here, because it was only a property that had 3.4 acres, they were originally given the opportunity, because they thought the acreage was larger, they only went for 3 units an acre, which gave them 12 lots. Now they realize with the final plat, the acreage has been reduced, and they were originally obviously given the 12 units an acre. So you've already got the, do you have the
Water and
the water and sewer is
power
already
and
in for
everything
12
connected
lots?
to 12 units.
That's the dilemma we're in now,
And the
because
county
it's already
office
ready
already
to roll.
approved it before for 12 units. So everything going on until they discover there is some error, but everybody involved in the error. So now it's going to be a devastating thing to not to approve.
Okay. That's why it's a really good idea if a commissioner reaches out to the applicant to get back with us.
Yeah.
Because I really shouldn't have to be reaching out to you guys. You should be reaching out to me or having your representative reach out to me so
Oh,
that
what
there's
apology.
not this communication problem, okay? So I will pull my motion back and amend it, that I will approve the PR zone up to 3.5 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Frazier, are you still, all right? Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item 49, please.
It's 1-J-24-RZ, request of David Kitts and Cynthia L. Kitts for rezoning from A agricultural and F floodway to PR Plan Residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre and of F floodway located at 0 Meadowglade Lane, parcel ID 038-13302 in the 7th Commission District.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Robert Campbell, 7523 Taggart, on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Is there any opposition in the audience? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan Residential Zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre on a portion of the property zoned A agricultural because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development. The F floodway zone will be retained.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the project?
I can. We are adding about 5 or 6 lots at the end of an existing subdivision. There's a road that terminates there, and the developers wanting to go back and put, like I said, about 3 lots at the end of each one of those termini.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many dwellings will there be then?
About 6, Commissioner.
6.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll make my motion to approve the planned residential zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and the surrounding development.
Second.
Have a motion by Lee, a second by Beeler. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
You bet. Item 53, please.
1-J-24-SP, request of Dale Akins for a Southwest County Sector Plan Amendment from MDR Medium Density Residential and SP Stream Protection to LI Light Industrial and SP Stream Protection, located at 0 Ebenezer Road, parcel ID 132-09801 in the 5th Commission District.
Is the applicant present? Hi.
Dale Akins, 12624 Barnstable Lane in Knoxville.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the LI Light Industrial and Land Use classification because it's consistent with the adjacent development. The SP Stream Protection area will be retained.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion that we approve the Planning Commission recommendation to approve the light industrial land use classification.
I have a motion by Schoonmaker. Was that second by Jay? Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Hang on. Item 54. Thank you.
It's 9-I-23-RZ. It's a request of Dale Akins also. It's for rezoning from A agricultural and F floodway to CB business and manufacturing and F floodway. And the property description is the same as the previous item.
Thank you. And you are?
Dale Akins, 12624 Barnstable Lane in Knoxville.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Akins. Any opposition? Any comments? Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to I need a recommendation, please, from Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CB Business and Manufacturing Zone because it's compatible with the adjacent industrial uses and provides a transition of land use intensity. The F floodway zone will be retained.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is great because this business that's associated, Pips Ironworks, has been in Knox County for as long as I have, and so it's great to see a manufacturing operation expanding their business model. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Planning Commission recommendation for the CB Business and Manufacturing Zone.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Schoonmaker, a second by Frazier. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you and good luck.
Good night.
All right, Commissioners, we will be backing up now.
On 55. On page 12.
Oh, I apologize. Item 55.
12-C-23-RZ is a request of Jenkins Builders for rezoning from A agricultural, RB general residential, and PR plan residential up to 16 dwelling units per acre to PR plan residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre, located at 7311, 7321, and 0 Old Clinton Pike, parcel ID 067-148, part of 067-147, and 067-14801, and it's in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you.
Yes.
The applicant, please.
Yes, David Harbin. Address is 4334 Paper Mill Drive here in Knoxville.
Thank you, Mr. Harbin. Is there any other opposition or comments on this? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 12 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'd like to make the recommendation, please, that we approve PR up to 12 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development.
Second.
A motion by Hill, second by Oster. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, if I'm looking correctly, I believe we're on item 44.
It's 1-C-24-RZ, a request of Connor P. Kelly for rezoning from A, agricultural, and F floodway to PR Plan Residential, up to 5 dwelling units per acre in F floodway. Property located at 7933 Maynardville Pike, parcel ID 029-001 in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Are you the applicant?
Yeah, Connor Kelly, 3571 Louisville Road, Louisville, Tennessee.
All right. Are there any other questions, opposition to speak to this? Seeing none. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan Residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development. The F floodway area will be retained.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to this development?
Anything in particular?
Just
the
floor is yours.
Yeah, we've currently gotten some of our plans back, and on January 11th, it was recommended that we do 4 units per acre. We're actually going to be closer to about 2.5, 3, given the current plans we have. I've reached out to a few people that live in the surrounding area. After running through the plans with them, they seem pretty happy to see the future work. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are these going to be single-family homes?
I'm sorry about that. I left too early. Yeah, it's going to be single-family residential.
Okay.
Hang on.
I just don't like to approve that many dwelling units per acre. I'd make a motion to approve 2 dwelling units per acre. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion by Lee, second by Frazier, to approve 2 dwelling units per acre. Are there any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said you were only going to do 2 to 3?
Currently, as it states right now, the plans that we have is about 2.6, what it boils down to. Planning recommended up to 4 dwelling units per acre. The current plans, given the topography of the overall site, we're able to get 2.5 to 3. That's
Okay.
what we have.
So no more than 3?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm clear that you went through staff planning and planning commission and both came out at 3 units an acre. Is that correct?
The recommendation was 4 units per acre.
4 units an acre.
Yes, sir.
And you're wanting to come in under the recommendation at 3 units an acre.
No, sir. I'm just saying that's where we're at right now. I was great with the recommendation of 4 units per acre. Just the way that it boiled down now is 3, and I'm okay with that.
But your district commissioner just made a motion for 2. So it's been cut in half from where you started.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we go through these processes, we go through them trying to figure out every piece of land is different, every property is different, every development is financially viable or not. And it's sort of an unusual request to go down from where you were approved at the beginning, much less than it being halved as much. I want to make sure you have an opportunity to express that, because if it.
Well, do I have the right to object?
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
of course. This is this is your thing. So I want you to understand, like, there's a motion on the floor to do half of what you started out at, and if it's not viable for you, you need to speak up, because and your commissioner may have additional questions. I just want to give you an opportunity to.
In that case, I do object to the 2 units per acre.
Well, I've had some opposition from the neighbors.
Hold on, please. Let me call on Commissioner Frazier, and I will circle back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that the proposed future land use map has this parcel classified as rural conservation, and that is based on aligning, this parcel with existing development in the area to maintain the rural character. Also, it's concerning that the average daily vehicle trips that your proposed project would produce is 2,700 daily vehicle trips. So I just wanted to point that out, and that is why I supported Commissioner Lee's recommendation.
Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden, what will be the access point to this subdivision?
There's an existing access point that I believe Mr. Kelly's going to come out at the same location. There's a culvert there that we think the state may have built for access to that private property some years ago. And if you can kind of see it on KJS there, it looks like it lines up with, let me see here, just a little bit south of where relocated Tail Mine it was. So our department didn't have any concerns with the access point.
So it will be on Maynardville Pike?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jay? All right. Commissioner Lee?
My motion still stands.
All right.
The motion I made.
All right. Did you have anything else to say toward this, sir?
Anything additional beyond the object to the 2 units per acre? No, ma'am.
All right. All right. We have a motion and a second. Oh, I apologize. Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Commissioner Frazier, you're saying that on the comprehensive land use plan that's publicized by Knox County, this is in the, could you repeat that again?
Rural conservation.
And that allows how many units per acre?
We'll defer to Director Brooks. I apologize. Can you ask that question one more time, Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Okay. This property is classified under the new comprehensive land use plan that's going to take effect here shortly. So if it's under rural conservation, what is the designation number of units per acre that it's allowed under that designation?
It's still in the planned growth area, so it would allow up to 3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
Consideration of.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We have a motion on the floor at 2 per acre. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. I have a question. So say we do pass the plan and everything, can he just come back and get his 3 units an acre at that point?
I apologize, I misspoke. So in the planned growth area, I was still thinking 3. It does allow, because it's in the planned growth area, it allows consideration of more than 2. It's not limited by the rural area, the proposed growth plan. So it currently could be considered up to 5. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Ward?
I believe so. So after the new plan gets put through, he can come back and get up to 5 units an acre because that's what's allowed in that area in the future, in theory, if everything gets passed and blah, 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 blah.
They could come back and request additional density under the planned residential zone.
Once it gets up to 5 units an acre in the future.
Well, currently, they could request up to 5 now.
What happens if we pass the plan? Would they be at 3 or would they be at 5 in the future? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, it depends on what's approved today, the zoning today. The zoning's not going to change. They would still have to. So if the future land use map is adopted, the rural conservation place type would be applied, but the zoning is not changing. So if they wanted to make any additional changes to their zoning, they would have to come back before the planning commission in this body.
I think you're almost there. The question was, if the rural, what is it going to be, 2 units in the future? regardless of what this is zoned now?
No, it is currently in the planned growth area and is going to stay in the planned growth area
Okay.
if the plans move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm confused. It's a piece that's in planned growth that is designated as rural conservation. Is that what I'm hearing?
In the future land use map that you all have not considered yet and Planning Commission has not yet voted on, the place type designated for this property is proposed to be rural conservation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kelly? With your basically 60 acres, you've plotted it out, and you can do 2.6 homes per acre?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've kind of filled in all the gaps. That would work. That number would work for you then?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a substitute motion to approve at 2.6 units an acre.
We have a substitute motion on the floor by Jay, seconded by Ward. Is there any discussion on this substitute motion? Commissioner Durrett, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What would before the substitute motion at 2 units per acre, how would that affect your project?
If we dropped it down to the 2 acres?
Yes, sir.
It would kind of bust our budget. Well, it wouldn't bust the budget, but, looking at things from the whole perspective and development costs allocated to it, there's a certain number that we have to reach. And if we keep bumping down closer to 2, well, how close can we get to that number before the whole deal blows up? So that's really what I take in consideration. Ultimately, the design that we have right now is at 2.6. That's what works for us. Anything less than that, I just can't do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kelly, what is the general price point of the homes that you're going to build? The range, broad range. I know it changes on the hour.
Sure, I would say that we're looking at a range between 350 to 415, 420.
Okay. So the reason I made the substitute motion is to keep, we talk about needing affordable housing, and there's only 2 types of affordable housing: government subsidized and government built housing, or houses that are more affordable for everyone across the county. And the reason I made the substitute motion to try to find, I think it's a reasonable compromise to go from 4 down to 2.6, is that to try to keep it more affordable. If it goes lower than that, you're going to have to charge more for the same general houses. We're talking about probably not more than a few different, units different, but your costs are going to rise.
Yes.
And it's going to be more affordable or more unaffordable for people to buy that first home. We heard earlier, and we've been given reports in the past that shows how hard it is to buy a $350,000 to $450,000 home right now, just for the average, teacher, police, fireman, but just anybody in Knox County. And so I'm always trying to find more opportunities to keep it more affordable, and that's why I made the substitute motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you don't know what the cost difference would be between 2 versus 2.6?
I don't have that exact number, and I really don't want to misquote.
Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moyers, is it advisable for this body to ask about price points?
Okay. I can't give you a legal answer to that. I can't tell you what's advisable or not. I'm here as your legal advisor. You're talking about a question of policy rather than law.
Has it not been
It's not
stated-
illegal to ask about price points if that's what you mean.
But have we not been encouraged to not ask about price points so that it does not influence our decision?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe that I've suggested that to you. I don't know what happened before I came here. When you make these decisions, you're taking everything into account, you know? And that's one consideration you can legally, you know, have. You can take considerations of the surrounding neighborhood, traffic. You know, it's all sort of a holistic way that you look at this. And, you know, when we keep talking about growth and what's happening in this county, what's happened to house prices, that is a legitimate thing to consider, but it's certainly not the only thing to consider. You have to take in all the factors that would be appropriate in making a decision about whether or not to rezone and at what density. And if you believe that higher density leads to a lower price, then you can take that into account. I don't know, you know, what the no evidence necessarily has been presented for that here, but it is something you can consider, certainly.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that the biggest thing that matters to me is what the people in my district want. And they don't want that many houses on the acres. And so what the people want matters to me as well. We're going to have an election here. We're going to have 7 commissioner seats that are going to be open here soon. 5 people on this commission won't be back in a few months because they're either term limited or have chose not to run. So I think that when we ignore what the people in the district want, we're in trouble, because I think that what the community wants is important too. So that's what my decision is of why I only want 2 per acre. Thank you.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor at 2.6 per acre. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Please, that's right. Motion at 2.6 per acre passes. Good luck with your project. Next item.
Next item is number 45, 1-E-24-RZ. It's also a request of Connor P. Kelly for rezoning from A agricultural to PR Plan Residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre, located at 1630 Harvey Road, parcel ID 169009 in the 5th Commission District.
Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Thank you. I do see some opposition out there. Is there any consistency or a plan on the speaking? I can give you all a total of 10 minutes. Who will be speaking? Thank you. All right, I just wanted to clarify that.
So each side has 10 minutes to speak?
I will give you 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Before you speak, Mr. Mullins, so I will get the recommendation of planning.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 3 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development by a vote of 14-0.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commission, again, Ben Mullins here for the applicant. This is a piece of property. It's 42.44 acres in southwest Knox County off South North Shore Drive between the Choteau Roundabout and the Loudoun County line. It has access to both South North Shore Drive and Harvey Road. The original application for this was an application for rezoning to planned residential at 5 units an acre. Staff, when they considered this application and they looked at the surrounding development, what the surrounding development was built out at, what the surrounding development had been zoned, what the current planned growth policy plan calls for, the planned growth area, and what the sector plan, the low-density residential sector plan, which allows consideration for up to 5 units an acre, they made a recommendation that this property would be appropriate at 3 dwelling units an acre, which if you look at a 1-mile radius at the properties that have already been developed in that area, they are built out at approximately 3.2 dwelling units an acre. So it is consistent with what is presently there. It's consistent with the sector plan that has been in place since 2016. It's consistent with the growth policy plan that has been in place for 24 years, and it's consistent with the proposed growth policy plan that this body is considering tonight. And with all of those factors in mind, as the applicant, accepts staff's recommendation at 3 dwelling units an acre, and that is in fact what Planning Commission did vote to recommend by 14-0 for 3 dwelling units an acre. I know there's a lot of opposition. There are problems with South North Shore Drive and the traffic, specifically from the Concord roundabout to the Choteau roundabout. That's the most heavily traveled portion of that road. And there are plans that Director Snowden can illuminate on to modernize and widen that road. The section that we're talking about here between the Choteau roundabout and Harvey Road has significantly less traffic on it currently. It's 4,800 cars per day. The traffic accident rate in that stretch of the road is below the state average. But again, this is the first step in the process. Once we have the rezoning in place for 3 dwelling units an acre, we'll have to move forward with a development plan and a concept plan where there will be a traffic impact analysis. Now, I know there's some skepticism on what that traffic impact analysis may or may not reveal, but with a level of scrutiny on this, I know Mr. Snowden is going to really look at what the impacts that we're going to cause on this stretch of South North Shore and make us contribute in mitigating those impacts, which is what the legal standard is. You know, we can't fix problems that are existing, but we can't make them worse. And what we can be called to do is participate in improvements to the road that are going to mitigate from the impact roughly proportional to the impact that we're going to cause. And that will happen once we move forward with a traffic impact analysis. I would like to, I think this meets all the factors that we look at. And when we're making a decision, you know, Tennessee does have a strong property rights. You have a lot of discretion in making these decisions. As Mr. Moyers just talked about, you can take everything into consideration, but you still have to follow the existing standards that are in place. And the existing standards in place all call for this property to be considered at low-density residential, and 3 dwelling units an acre is right in the middle of that low-density residential factor, and it also is consistent with what is already there. I know we have opposition. I want to reserve about 5 minutes of my time for rebuttal following what the opposition says. But when you have opposition like this, when the people that are in the existing neighborhoods now say enough's enough, we don't want any more. It kind of reminds me of the Ronald Reagan quote, you know, the people that are opposed to this already have their homes. They're already living here. The farm that they want to call this has not been farmed for several years. It's been a vacant field. Mr. Harvey has wanted to sell this for quite some time. This is an opportunity where he can recoup, you know, the investment that he has on this property in a way that is respectful to the existing plans that we have in place. So for that, I would ask that you follow staff's recommendation, follow Planning Commission's recommendation, and approve this at PR at 3 dwelling units an acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Spokesperson for the opposition, your name and county of residence, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the Commission. My name is Mike Mitchell. I am a Knox County resident, live at 716 Brixworth Boulevard. There are people here tonight, and you can see them behind me, and I hold here the 567 comments that they made to the Planning Commission. And I want to be very clear. Adding more traffic to the roads in Choteau will undoubtedly lead to loss of life. Traffic is no longer a minor inconvenience. It is literally a matter of life and death. Consider the alarming statistics. The crash rate on North Shore Drive between Choteau and Concord is already above the state average. Accidents along the North Shore corridor have increased at a staggering 39% in recent years. Tragically, we have witnessed at least 2 fatal accidents in as many years, claiming the lives of Suzanne Russell and Janet Guzman. Commissioner Larson J. has aptly pointed out that most of these accidents occur during daylight hours, in clear weather conditions, and along the roadway not near an intersection. Rear-end collisions account for nearly a third of the reported accidents and are undoubtedly fueled by the increased volume of traffic congesting our roads. This dangerous condition has been fostered by the allowance of increased population density in Choteau without necessary road improvements. 53 years ago, I used to ride my motorcycle down North Shore Drive, and nothing has changed there except for 2 roundabouts, a turn lane, and now we're going to get 2 feet per lane widened on North Shore Drive. Each time we raise concerns about increased traffic from proposed rezoning, we are met with promises of a traffic analysis at some distant point in the future. The county adopted traffic endpoint guidelines back in 1995, along then with the development at Montgomery Cove. Since then, the growth has been steady. Here are the following subdivisions since then: Jefferson Park, Harper's Cove, Mallard Bay Unit 1, Mallard Bay Unit 4, the Livery, the Woods at Montgomery Cove, Choteau Landing, Bayou Bend, Harper Crest, Lake Cove, Ferris Property, Choteau Meadows, Choteau Mill, the Woods, Shady Glen. All of that since 1995, and hardly anything has been done to the east-west connector to this area. My little sister almost died in 1976 at North Shore and Concord. The consequence of overdevelopment extended beyond just traffic concerns. I'll share a personal anecdote. A close friend of mine faced harrowing circumstances when he went to the UT emergency room in December of 2022. Despite the fact that he had an urgent need for medical attention, he was left untreated for 17 and a half hours, and then he had a heart attack. And they gave him a stent, and he lived. Had they reached him in less than 17 and a half hours, he would not have had a heart attack. The public safety issue here is crucial. There's also evidence that we're facing an imminent tax increase as single-family residential subdivisions fail to generate enough tax revenue to support the necessary infrastructure and services. So we have now gotten, by kicking the can down the road, we're behind the curve. It's going to be a cash problem to fix these roads of North Shore, Choteau, and Harvey. Every new residential subdivision places existing additional strain on the county infrastructure, exacerbating the already precarious situation we find ourselves in. As many of you are running for re-election, you should keep in mind that promises have been made repeatedly to widen North Shore Road. I remember in this body in the early 2000s when District 5 had 3 commissioners that we were, Mike Hammond, Craig Luthold, and John Grease talked about 4-laning North Shore. It's time to move beyond empty promises of future road improvements and another useless traffic study. So what can we do as we face this crisis? We must demand action from our elected officials. First, the most effective action would be to deny this rezoning and others like it until the crash rate on North Shore Drive is no longer above the state average. Therefore, I urge this commission to stand on public health and safety and fiscal responsibility. Deny the requested rezoning and any others like it in this area until our roads are made safe and the crash rate for North Shore Drive falls below the state average. The time for action is now. Let's prioritize the lives and well-being of our community above the developer's quest for profit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mullins, did you want to respond?
I'm sorry, I didn't know, is Mike the only speaker? Yes, I do want to respond, and I appreciate the time to do so. I do appreciate them mentioning Commissioner Jay's letter, and that letter was to Mayor Jacobs on September 1, 2023. And I've read that letter, and I appreciate Commissioner Jay, what you're doing there. You're calling for there to be even more roundabouts in that area, because those roundabouts are traffic calming and help alleviate the types of accidents that you're seeing on that stretch of South North Shore Drive. I don't believe you're calling for a moratorium for any development on South North Shore Drive, and that's the way that has been represented throughout this process. I just want to make that clear. And I would like to ask Director Snowden if he's able to talk about the planned improvements along the stretch of South North Shore Drive between the Concord roundabout and the Choteau roundabout, and what the purpose of that is in light of the crash data in that area.
Mr. Snowden?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Yeah, as part of the, there's been multiple commissioners involved in this. Commissioner Schoonmaker, Commissioner Jay have been, advocates for these projects. As part of the budget that was announced last year by Mayor Jacobs, we did want to modernize North Shore Drive. The 2.5 miles from, essentially between the roundabouts, everything to the east of the Concord roundabout is a state route, so Knox County does not maintain that portion. But everything to the west is a county road. And the 2.5 miles that these folks have said, does have an elevated crash rate, does have higher traffic volumes. And, there's lane widths there that vary between 10 and 11 feet, shoulders that are non-existent, 0 to 2 feet. There's some deficiencies there. So what we have chosen to do that actually right-of-way acquisitions will be in front of this body next month is to make that 2.5 miles from roundabout to roundabout at Concord to North Shore, is to make that roadway a minimum of 11-foot lanes in each direction, have a minimum 2-foot paved shoulders, have center line rumble strips, edge line rumble strips, those operational safety improvements. In addition to, if you'll notice, a lot of those areas, if there's a steep drop off right at the edge of the road. And what we're going to do is install 4-to-1 or relatively flat 4 slopes. So if somebody does get slightly off the wider lanes and the wider shoulders, they will have a slope in which they can get off and drive back onto. It's traversable. It's so that there's a big change there that we think, as long as we see the accidents are related to maybe some inattentive drivers that just don't have the they look down and they get off the roadway. So we do believe those improvements will improve a lot of that safety. In addition, there is some outdated guardrail out there in that one embayment area. We'll be installing new guardrail, new end treatments. So this project we anticipate probably start later this summer, probably take 8 to 12 months. So it would be worst case completed in the summer of 2025. It's an important project that we're hopeful can get started soon and really mitigate some of these safety concerns that you've heard about tonight from the citizens out there.
Thank you. I appreciate you telling Commission about that. And I guess the goal of that is, as I understood from your comments, is to make sure that the crash rate along this section of South North Shore actually falls then below the state average for that crash rate. And you've identified these plans, although they, are not a 4-lane highway, but by modernizing the road, by widening the road to the extent they plan to widen it, and by improving these shoulders, is anticipated to bring the crash rate down below what the state average is. And the crash rate along the section of South North Shore Drive between Choteau and Harvey Lane is currently below the state average as well. But there's also quite a bit of frontage of this property along South North Shore, and I anticipate that there will be an opportunity when we get to the development plan phase to be able to improve that section as well and participate in the improvements in that section as well. And again, that is something that's not decided now. That's something that is decided when we move forward, because this is a planned zone and it will require a traffic impact analysis. So again, this meets the standards that we have in place that we are bound by law to follow, and I would appreciate that if you would follow Planning Commission's recommendation and vote to approve it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Mitchell, in fairness, do you have any other comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out that people don't, until you've lived through this, you don't understand it. I live in Turkey Creek Road. It doesn't take much to lock up North Shore. An accident can cause a backup for miles. And then these people come down Choteau and Harvey, and they come to our neighborhood. The problem is, what happens when a tree fell down, blocked 2 lanes of traffic, and the emergency people could not get there to cut the tree up and move it? Now, what happens if you live in one of these Choteau communities and a loved one has a heart attack? How are they supposed to get emergency services? This is a public safety and health issue. And I remember in this body talking about 4-laning North Shore. And I appreciate what Mr. Snowden said, but it's still not going to be, even when it's widened, it's still going to get log jammed. How do you get a fire truck, a sheriff's deputy, emergency medical services when you just can't get there? I understand that we're standing here and we're saying enough's enough, and that's a little hard for the applicant. But at what point do we draw a line in the sand and say that public health and safety is paramount? Thank you.
Commissioners, I did not see whose light was Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ben Mullins and Mr. Cook. I don't think he's here for meeting with a few of us and the members of the community recently. We always welcome and encourage engagement from the applicant with the community. So I appreciate you sharing your time with us. I want to say I'm not opposed to development, and I'm not opposed to the development of this parcel. In my opinion, the staff recommendation, it does align in form and character based on the current land use classification and zoning. However, the proposed place type for this area as proposed today is to rural living. And so that will change. That will change that. So because of the proposed land use classification of rural living and a forthcoming road safety improvement project, what I can't support is the timing of this project. Road improvements to address the safety issues, they're slated to begin late summer 2024. I have seen and lived how over 2,000 daily vehicle trips negatively impacts safety and congestion. And I would feel personally irresponsible adding that many vehicles before making the planned, much-needed road improvements. So I will not be supporting this.
Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, my letter has been used, I'd say by every side that has an opinion in this area, however they seem wish. And I'm not exactly sure. I'm pretty sure I copied all of you all on it, but if I didn't, I'm happy to supply a copy to you. This was in relation to a previous development that had strong opposition, and I'm someone who tries to find solutions instead of just saying no, or it's not going to happen, or we all got to stop. And I'm not a believer in pulling up the drawbridge and saying I got mine and you all can, forget about it. We're not it's not the reality of where we are as a growing county. So I tried to present to Mayor Jacobs and Mr. Snowden some ideas. How could we improve it? And that was with additional roundabouts, which I do think will help, and I think is a logical solution for so many parts of our county. But those things cost money. And as much as, and we're going to talk about this when we get back to our other meeting and talk about the growth plan, but as much as everybody has said the same thing and will and have for the last 6 years I've been here and probably will be for the next 2 years, is we are so inadequately investing in our infrastructure. And we have, and we've made that choice. Everyone in this room and everyone in this county collectively for 25 years has made that choice. We're all part of it. So it's not just us versus you or you versus the farmers or farmers versus the next neighborhood or neighborhood versus neighborhood. We've collectively elected representatives that said, we're never gonna keep up with revenue costs. We're never going to keep up with expenses in this county. We're never going to build more stuff. We're never going to expand and grow. And we're talking about a growth plan that they never kept up with. And I do commend Mayor Jacobs for finally putting a flag in the ground and saying we've got to catch up at some point. We've got to have a plan. Our former colleague of Amy Brooks, as he was walking out the door, so adequately said, you know, per the old Beatles song, if you don't know where you're going, then any road will do. And we have never stopped and said, this is where we're going. But this is how North Shore became North Shore. In 1976, when you rode your motorcycle down there weren't any neighborhoods. But every neighborhood after every neighborhood, and many of you, including people I know in that area, all decided, yes, I want to buy my house in this neighborhood, and I'm okay with it. And I'm okay contributing to more traffic. And I'm okay with the next person and the next person and the next person. And I'm also okay not investing in infrastructure. We've all collectively made that decision together, and it's been inadequate. And so literally the very first project I ever worked on as a commissioner 6.5 years ago, before I was even sworn in, was this area when I saw a young family trying to get to the park in the ditch, dodging cars with no access to their own public parks. And for 6 years, I've worked side by side with Commissioner Schoonmaker, Mr. Snowden, to build improvements to pedestrian safety, to improve shoulders, which we've done, to advocate with TDOT to put in more infrastructure, which they did. And now it is unbelievable that the project that Mr. Snowden outlined is $2.5 to $3 million. Tell me one other place of a 2-mile stretch in this county are we spending $3 million on infrastructure? I'll wait all night because the answer is zero. And I point that out because in a $20 million road budget for 500,000 people and 535 square miles, we're never going to catch up. And at some point, this community has to have an honest conversation about that, and this commission does too. In the meantime, we're in the chicken and egg scenario every single time we come up here to vote. Every single time. If you don't have growth, you don't have a revenue. And if the only two things you're doing in any business, you're growing or dying. I'd rather be growing than dying all day long. But you can't have growth without the infrastructure. You can't have the infrastructure without the growth. So what do? You do your best to keep up with as much as you can, when you can, with the resources you can. And I'm a huge proponent that we ought to be putting 100 times more resources into our infrastructure. But the financial reality is that this community's chosen not to do that. And so maybe we will that one day. Maybe we'll decide to buckle down. In the meantime, I'm a huge believer in personal property rights. And I looked up while we were having this discussion earlier, I looked up this parcel. The Harvey family has owned this parcel since 1906. 1906. And I bet you at one point way back when it really was a farm. It was a working farm that produced hay or cattle or whatever. I don't know the Harvey family, but I imagine that was the case. So for 118 years, the Harvey family has worked this land, has maintained this land, and have paid their taxes. Do they not have any rights? Who wants to tell the farmer or the next person down that they don't have a right to their land? They don't have a right to the value of that. They don't have a right to pay for their kids' college fund or their grandkids' education or their senior housing or their retirement. Why don't they have rights too? And I think we lose that. We always point at the greedy developer. You either want government housing, which I know you don't want. I know you don't want because we went through that before. So you either want government subsidized housing or you want free market housing that's more affordable. And then only the way to get free market housing that's more affordable is to have more inventory. This is economics 101 and supply and demand. So we are growing at Knox County whether we like it or not. And water is going to flow where water is going to flow. And it's our job to manage it the best we can. But people are going to come here anyway. And if the status quo is do nothing and put our head in the sand and say, oh, well, and wait for the infrastructure to catch up, we're not going to do anything, ever. We're going to just stop, and it's going to be more unaffordable. And so this is a perfect example of where somebody has a right to their land, somebody has a right to build houses that we will move in, just like the ones you live in, and we are going to do our best to catch up with the infrastructure. Should North Shore Drive be widened? Sure. Okay, but let's go tell the 5 subdivisions that put their entrance into the right-of-way, into the public land, that we're about to chop off half their barrier. Let's see how that goes. We've had that discussion before. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be pretty, but it is going to be incremental and natural growth. So I think that this is a reasonable compromise. It was started at 5. 3 is just like every other neighborhood in there. We're going to do as much as we can to invest, and I hope we invest more. I would hope that we can invest more in roundabouts, in more widening, and everything else that every concern has. We just have to decide if we want to pay for it or not. So we can't say we don't want to pay for it and then complain about it. We've got to be part of a solution. I'm happy to support 3 units an acre because I think it's very appropriate. I also think it's legal, and I also think the Harvey family has some rights. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
I agree. I support totally what Commissioner Frazier's saying for all the reasons that she's saying it. I support all the people that turned out tonight and all the people that have emailed and reached out to me. I disagree with what Commissioner Jay said because I think we're not listening to the people that it affects every day. And these people matter. And all we hear is growth, growth, growth. I think we need to push back and not grow so fast when it affects people's lives, people's safety. So I cannot approve this.
Commissioner Schoonmaker, if I may ask a question before?
Oh, absolutely. I'd rather be last.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, do you know at this point if there is an immediate plan to build?
There's not an immediate plan. I don't know. I mean, to Commissioner Frazier's point about the timing, I don't know what that timing for the build. We don't have a development plan yet.
All right.
And so I suspect it would take some time to get that together, get that through the process, and get that approved. And the time frame between whenever we are moving forward with this development and when the improvements to South North Shore Drive are going to be really compressed, if not close together, based upon the estimates I've heard Director Snowden give is when they want to start that project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to follow up with you, Mr. Snowden, I think I really appreciate what you're trying to do out there. And I heard you say that you anticipated roughly by the summer of 2025 it would be completed.
Yes, ma'am, that's our current estimate.
Okay. So the improvement probably will be done before any traffic, measurable traffic anyway, would happen. I have to say I tend to agree with Commissioner Jay. I too am a huge property rights proponent, and the development along North Shore, it's we are just in this chicken and egg, like you said. It's always all right for you, but it's not okay for the next guy. And I promise you, if any of you were sitting out there with that kind of property in that location, and someone was trying to tell you what you could not do with it, not one of you would be happy about that. So for that reason, I do think that this is a reasonable compromise, the 3 per acre, and I will be supporting it. Commissioner, anyone else like to speak before Commissioner Schoonmaker? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for Director Brooks. My question is, are there any additional requirements associated with the PR zone?
Just hush.
And will they have to bring anything back?
That's a great question. Yes, this is only the first step in the process. So if it is rezoned to plan residential, they will have to create a development plan and come back before the Planning Commission for review and approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, if you'll allow me a little professional courtesy, I'd like to read a statement. You know, as a commissioner, I've always had a very, very soft spot for the residents of the Choteau community because our family has so many friends out there, and because as a commissioner, I've gotten to have more friends because I represent them. You know, I was the one that stood up and prevented a pill mill from being located on the roundabout at Choteau. You know, that illegal facility would have brought really just an undesirable element to the Choteau community. You know, and I was the one that initially alerted the Choteau community to the Choteau Landing development, which was the Section 8 housing. Nobody was aware of that until I brought it to the forefront. And, you know, I've been well aware of the traffic issues. Well, let me back up a second. Also, when this issue came before rezoning, the Harvey Road project at 1620 Harvey Road, I reached out to the leaders of the Choteau community to make sure that they were aware of this and had all the proper information. In fact, I attended the Knox planning meeting and sat with the members of the Choteau community. And so, you know, I'm also the one, along with Commissioner Jay, but I actually sat down on these traffic improvements with Mayor Jacobs, and we were able to work out a $2 million budget item for that. So over this time period, I've been trying to do several safety improvements to the North Shore Drive. So I'm a little frustrated because about 5 days ago, a small fringe group of Choteau residents hired an out-of-state PR firm, I guess to, you know, to intimidate me. But as my colleagues know, John Schoonmaker cannot be bullied or intimidated. So that tactic didn't work. But I guess I was a little surprised that they'd hire an out-of-state firm when we have such good PR firms here in Knox County. So even though that's transpired, I'm not going to give up my responsibility to represent the residents of the Choteau community. I'm still going to work for them until August 31st of 2024. So if my colleagues could go to their computer and go to the knoxcounty.org website, which is Mayor Jacobs' homepage, I'd like you to look at something. You see on the tab where it says Advanced Knox, if you click on Final Plan Available, and you go down to where the green tab says Interactive Map, am I going too fast? And you pull up the map of Knox County, these are all the new land use classifications that we're going to approve here in the next couple months. If you can zoom in to the Choteau area, which is the southwest corner of that map, and you're going to have to do a really good zoom job. If you'll notice on that map that the property in question that we're talking about tonight is classified as rural living, which under that category with all the other property south of North Shore Drive is limited to 2 units per acre. So if we believe in what we're getting ready to approve here shortly, which is our comprehensive land use plan, and we don't follow what we've already got in place and we've seen, it's been in the works for months now, you know, as Commissioner Beeler said during the work session, if we don't believe in it, then, you know, what are we doing here, so to speak? So I'm going to make a motion that we approve this rezoning at 2 units an acre based on the proposed comprehensive land use plan that's provided for us by the Knox County Mayor's Office.
We have a motion on the floor for 2 units per acre by Commissioner Schoonmaker. Do I hear a second? Second by Lee. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks, Commissioner Schoonmaker just brought our attention to the interactive map. We received an email from you about an update to our comprehensive plan. Are those updates added already?
Yes, they are.
They are, okay. And Mr. Mullins. So your original ask was 5. You are okay with 3?
We are fine with 3.
Okay. How does that, and forgive me because this is so new and I'm still learning all of the place types, what is the density for rural living in the new proposed plan? Is it, Director Brooks?
If the comprehensive plan is approved, there are a number of different zones that can be considered for the rural living place type, and one of them is planned residential up to 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Schoonmaker, I'm on the map and I'm struggling to, while I find Harvey Road, I'm struggling to find the intersection of North Shore Drive and Harvey. Are you referring to the striped blue areas?
Correct, yeah, you have to really zoom in close to actually see all of the areas. Harvey Road is actually, it's on about the 3rd or 4th stripe. You can actually see where it says Harvey Road. And this is the raw land that's now been incorporated with, including this south side of North Shore Drive in the Choteau Peninsula.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Commissioner Jay? All right. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Schoonmaker, are you?
What? I'm sorry.
All right.
Lauderdale.
All righty. We have a proper motion and second on the floor for development at 2 per acre. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Yes, we will do a roll call.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind to repeat the motion on the floor.
Certainly. The motion on the floor is residential development at 2 units per acre. Per the future map.
Future comprehensive.
All right.
Chairwoman?
Did I hear someone?
Can I provide
Yes.
I just
Yes.
want to provide some additional clarification because I know that all this it's very confusing. The future land use map, the plan that has not been adopted or considered by Planning Commission or County Commission yet, does not, in this particular area, determine density. That is determined by the zoning district. So I want to make that clear. So this place type does not limit the density per se. There are a number of different zones that can be considered, just like today in the ag zone, in the LDR, for example, low-density residential.
Thank you. So a correct wording, I believe, Commissioner Schoonmaker, would be approve development at 2 units per acre.
Okay.
Is that, are you agreeable? No?
Yes, but I think I need a clarification on what she's saying because the mayor's office is saying something different to what you're saying. Because they're saying everything in the Choteau Peninsula south of North Shore will be, the max is 2 units per acre. So you're saying that doesn't fly if the comprehensive land use plan is approved?
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to make sure that you all understand the distinction between the place types and zoning itself. So the place types allow consideration of a number of different zones. One is which is PR, and currently that place type, that zoning, PR plan residential zone, 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. It is very confusing. I just want to be clear that the place type in and of itself does not limit dwelling units per acre. It has to be attached to that zoning.
Thank you. Would you identify yourself, please?
Mandy Benedict, Mayor's Office. Commissioner Schoonmaker, I think you're referring to the rural area for the growth plan. We did not change that to the rural area. We changed the place types on those parcels.
Correct, but what would be the zoning then for those parcels?
We don't have the new zoning for those parcels.
But it would
that would be created through the UDO, correct? Okay.
Okay.
Did you have some more comments? Oh, I just heard you speak and I just wondered. All right. Mr. Mullins, briefly, please.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with commission and with the mayor's office and with planning commission. The rural living place type does not assign density. It allows there to be a number of different zones that could be in place. The only zone that reference density is the PR 1 to 2. However, since this is still in the planned growth area, it can still consider densities for different zones up to 5 units an acre. So that the density isn't artificially restricted just by this place type yet until that zoning map gets changed. So I just want to make sure that just it being designated rural living by itself, as I understand it, does not restrict the density to essentially converting this from a planned growth area to a rural area. So I want to be clear on that. I think with what's built out there, 3 units an acre is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon me just a moment.
I'll start with Derek because Commissioner Lundy started number 1 ordinance, and that's the only roll call that we've had. So I'll start with Derek. All right. Is that okay?
In our
Yes,
rotation.
their light on down there.
Yes, in our rotation of voting. Go ahead. Was that?
All right.
All right.
Okay.
All right. And then we really are going to vote. So everyone's good.
I just had a question for Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snowden and Ms. Brooks, I'm just trying to, not knowing all the neighborhoods that was referenced by Mr. Mitchell, I think was his name, at the beginning. Am I characterizing this area by saying that most everything is either 2.5 or 3 units an acre? Montgomery Cove, Jefferson Park, Choteau, Landing, again, not knowing every single place. That's characteristically the same as the area? I see as high as 5 and as low as 1.5.
You're addressing that to Director
Ms. Brooks or Mr. Snowden?
I would say it's predominantly 3 and under.
3 and under. Okay. Thank you.
All right, again, we have a motion on the floor at 2 units per acre, beginning the roll call in District 2.
Commissioner Derrick?
No.
Commissioner Oster?
No.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Commissioner Schoonmaker? Commissioner Hill?
No.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Beeler?
No.
Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Jay?
No.
Commissioner Daly, you want to vote aye? Okay. Commissioner Jay?
No.
Commissioner Frazier?
Madam Chair, will you please clarify? I was explaining something to my junior commissioner and did not hear the motion.
It's at 2 units per acre.
No.
Commissioner Lundy.
No.
Okay. It failed.
What's the thing?
3 ayes, 8 noes.
All right, that motion failed. We had 3 affirmative and 8 noes. We haven't had an original motion. Does this
Goes back to the floor.
back to the floor? No. All right, back. Commissioner Ward?
Motion for 3 units an acre per staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have another motion on the floor for 3 units per acre. Motion by Ward, second by Daly. Is there any discussion on 3 units per acre? Seeing none, we'll begin roll call in District 3.
Commissioner Oster votes aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Schoonmaker? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Beeler?
Aye.
Commissioner Daly?
Aye.
Commissioner Jay?
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier?
No.
Commissioner Lundy,
Pass.
Commissioner Darrett?
Aye.
Do the passes wish to vote? Commissioner Schoonmaker? No, you do not wish to vote. No. Commissioner Lundy?
I stay at pass.
It's a no. Motion passes, 7 ayes, 3 nays, and one pass. So motion passes at 3 units per acre. Next item, please.
It's 1-F-24-RZ is a request of Mary Ward for rezoning from RA low-density residential and F floodway to agricultural and F floodway, located at 9625 Clift Road, parcel ID 053-00402, part of, in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Request of Mary Ward. Is the applicant present? Would you happen to have any knowledge about this, Commissioner Beeler? All right.
I do not, Madam Chair, but I'll make sure that we reach out to the applicant.
All right, and we'll recall it again at the end.
Thank you.
All right, next item, please.
Item number 46, 1-F-24, I'm sorry,
47.
47. 1-G-24-RZ is a request of Kenneth M. Gilreath for rezoning from PC Plan Commercial in F floodway to CA General Business in F floodway. The property is located at 3816 East Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel 083-06002, part of, and it's in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street here for the applicant.
Thank you. Is there any opposition present? Anyone to make a comment? Seeing none, Director Brooks, it's okay? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA General Business Zone with the condition that the applicant provide a 50-foot landscape buffer consistent with the commercial considerations of Governor John Sevier Scenic Highway Corridor Study. The F floodway zone will be retained.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Commissioner Mullins, would you like to speak to this? Commissioner, Mr. Mullins?
No, would not want that job. My job's hard enough. It's not as hard as yours. I would. This is a bit of an unusual case. It did pass Planning Commission by a vote of 12 to 2 to rezone this from a planned commercial zoning to a general commercial zoning CA. Planning staff recommended against the zoning to change it from planned commercial to the general commercial. And the reason, the justification in staff's report, as I understand it, is that the planned commercial would allow the Planning Commission, to have a development plan move forward to see what was going to be done there on that property. And the applicant's point is that really on this particular piece of property, that really isn't necessary. He owns the other parcels, the other 2 parcels to the east of this property. They are already zoned CA. Traditionally, before zoning was even in place, all this area was a kind of a mini commercial node along Strawberry Plains and John Sevier Highway. This property is very small for a planned commercial zone. It's 5.77 acres. And the planned commercial zoning, 5.33.04, says that planned commercial zoning is intended for larger tracts of property with a coordinated arrangement of commercial buildings. And it goes on to say it is not likely, therefore, that a planned commercial development would contain less than 20 acres. And I was initially retained not to seek a rezoning for this property, but to help with the development plan to see what can be done. He wants to relocate as an existing, I'd say, the automotive industry. It's not really an automobile. It's more like battery operated equipment and things like that, gators and things of that nature. He's wanting either to expand it or at least relocate it on that corner, which would be a better place for that type of business. And given there's topographical challenges, there's a floodway. The PC zone has a 50-foot peripheral boundary all the way around it, and it just really constricts what can be done, and we couldn't identify a way to develop that property without having to go to the BZA for variances, and even under the best conditions with environmental constraints, getting a variance is very difficult. And so we wanted to see about a rezoning first because we believe the CA zoning is more appropriate. There's industrial property to the south, there's commercial, the same CA across John Sevier, the same CA that my client already owns just to the east. And given the fact there's not been any opposition, kind of underlines the fact that, while there's sometimes a need to have a planned commercial zone to look at and mitigate impacts around the surrounding properties, this piece of property really isn't appropriate for it. It could be developed in a way that's respectful to the existing zoning and existing uses that are surrounding it. And this was a strikingly very similar conversation to the piece of property that Mr. Gilreath owns now. It's immediately to the east that came through in 2018, where staff recommended planned commercial, and this body approved the CA zoning that they were asking for back in 2018. So, I do respect staff's consistency in their opinion on that, but I believe that the planned commercial zone is just really not appropriate for this, and the general commercial is the most appropriate zone for this piece of property. So I'd ask you follow Planning Commission's recommendation and approve.
Thank you. Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Mullins. This is at the corner of Strawberry Plains and John Sevier Highway, where there's a red light there in place. And its sight distance is a long way on sight distances. And I do thank you for honoring the corridor study, which will be a screen-type vegetation screen there. So I am going to make a motion to go as Planning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to go with the recommendation of planning, a second by Commissioner Jay. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Ward?
I just have to recuse myself from this one.
All right. Seeing no other lights, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next item, please.
Item number 51-H-24-SP is a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for a South County Sector Plan Amendment from LDR Low Density Residential and HP Hillside Protection to MU SD SCO-1 Mixed Use Special District, South Knox County Gateway, and HP Hillside Protections, located at 0 Chapman Highway, parcel ID 150BC001, part of, in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Would you give your name, please?
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the...
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Is there any opposition present? Anyone wanting to speak to this project? Seeing none, Commissioner Brooks, would you go ahead and give the recommendation?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the MU SCO-1 South Knox County Gateway Land Use Classification as specified in the case boundary map because it's a minor extension that is compatible with the surrounding development. The HP Hillside Protection areas will be retained.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester, the floor is yours.
Here on behalf of the applicant property owner, Thunder Mountain Properties, this request for the an amendment to the sector plan, the South County sector plan, from LDR to Mixed Use Specialty District, South County 1. The South County sector plan contemplates several areas being designated for mixed land uses. The rationale for this, as set forth in the sector plan, is the changing of conditions in the area. The special land use districts are located in areas that have good transportation systems and necessary infrastructure. This request is a minor extension of the South County Special District South County Sector 1. The adjacent property to the west of our track, it includes a retail shopping center as well as a golf driving range. And on a portion of property on the north side of Chapman, also has the same sector plan designation of specialty use, mixed district specialty use. I have the hardest time saying that. The South County sector plan recommends a diverse range of uses in the mixed use specialty district: retail, office, low and or medium density residential. The zoning recommendations that follow this sector plan designation under the South County sector plan are commercial, office, residential. Commercial zoning is by far the predominant zoning in this mixed use specialty district. It was noted and commented during the planning staff review at their agenda review meeting, in all likelihood, after doing some historical research on it, that this property did not originally, under the last update or amendment to the South County plan, wasn't designated as the mixed use specialty district, South County 1, likely because of site concerns with ingress and egress. There were site distance issues and therefore leading to safety concerns. Since the South County sector plan was last updated, TDOT has made substantial improvements to this area of Chapman Highway, and these improvements have in fact alleviated the safety concerns. There were turn lanes added, the road was expanded, and the sharp curve was I guess, reduced around this property that created those site distance issues. There's utilities have been expanded, including new water line, new gas line in the area. We're asking that you follow Planning Commission recommendation and approve the sector plan amendment to the mixed-use specialty district, South County 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments from commissioners? Seeing none, Commissioner Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I would like to say that Simpson Road was raised about 20 feet to make it an at-grade intersection, which makes it a whole lot safer there. Other intersections has been widened to make it safer. They're still working on Chapman Highway, a little faster than Alcoa Highway, well, a lot faster than Alcoa Highway. I won't be alive when Alcoa Highway's finished, I'm afraid. But this is a good area for mixed use. It's at Chapman City, the driving range, that area there. We need to, as I told the mayor one time, we need to stop them before they get to Sevier County. spend their money in Knox County. That's how you get roads. That's how you get sales tax dollars. We get it all from there. So I am going to make a motion to approve it Planning Commission's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Daley, second by Ward. Any
And just to
other?
clarify, sorry, it's just for a portion of the property.
Yes, as indicated in the description. All right. Seeing no more lights, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Item number 51, 1-M-24-RZ is a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for rezoning from RA Low Density Residential and A Agricultural to CA General Business, and the property description is the same as the previous item.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. Is there any opposition, comments out there? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA General Business Zone as specified in the case boundary map because it is a minor extension that is consistent with the surrounding development, subject to one condition, a vote of 14-0.
Thank you. Would you like to address your project?
Sure. Same portion of the property. See the part of now. This is approximately 7.9 acres of this portion of the property is already in fact zoned CA General Commercial. We're asking to expand that footprint to rezone the same part of or portion of to the CA. Will be consistent with the mixed-use specialty district. Believe, as Commissioner Daley stated, this is a good expansion in the area, kind of a redevelopment, revitalization of the commercial on that side of Chapman and the adjacent properties. And we'd ask that you follow Planning Commission recommendation and approve the CA rezoning.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Forrester?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. I saw in the packet that there is a natural barrier. Are there going to be, or buffers, are there going to be any other buffers in this project?
Yes, I think what you're referring to is that there's a major gas line that runs along the eastern boundary of the entire track. Obviously, with that gas line, there cannot be any vertical type development over that gas line. So you'll have that natural or I guess naturally man-made barrier. There'll also be landscape buffer requirements. So with this rezoning and the condition by staff is that we would have to come back for a development plan approval for the commercial development on the commercial portion that will go to Planning Commission.
Okay. And then, so this is for a specific portion of the property. Will future development of this property require any additional review?
Yeah, the development plan review by Planning Commission, which requires site plan, landscape plan, all to be submitted and reviewed and ultimately approved by Planning Commission.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier?
Commissioner Durrett asked my question, but just to follow up, and you addressed this as well as part of the condition with the development plan, if a landscape design plan will also be included and a traffic impact letter.
I believe those, I'll look to planning staff. As far as the traffic letter, I know it will include the landscape plan, exterior lighting, architectural design, parking, signage, and access, and there's some stub outs across the property in different areas, and those will all be reviewed, I know, during the Planning Commission review, whether those make sense to keep those open or not to disperse the traffic.
Thank you.
Seeing other lights, Commissioner Daley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve per Planning Commission's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Daley, second by Ward. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is number 52, 1-N-24-RZ. It's also a request of Thunder Mountain Properties for rezoning from RA Low Density Residential to PR Plan Residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. And the property description is the same as the two previous items.
Thank you. And again,
Promise I'll sit down after this. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
thank you. Is there any opposition present? Seeing none. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan Residential Zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the project?
Sure. Again, rezoning request from RA to Plan Residential up to 5 units per acre. This will be the rear portion adjacent to the recently rezoned commercial portion. The request is supported by recent rezonings and development plan approvals in the area. There is a 117-lot townhouse development at 9109 Chapman Highway, which is southeast of the subject property. That zoning density is at PR at 9.46 dwelling units per acre. There is the Highlands Ridge subdivision, which is west of the subject property. Zoning plan residential, and the density on that is recognized as only 1.47 dwelling units per acre, but that was a 125-acre tract, which was mostly hillside. And so the development was clustered into a small corner or portion of the property, and the actual resulting density in that scenario ended up being 4.7 dwelling units per acre. Property located on the east side of Sevierville Pike, rezoned to PR at 2.8 dwelling units per acre. So there is support of a variety of density within the recent PR rezonings, ranging from above 9 to 2.8. And considering this being adjacent to a commercial zone tract, a 5 dwelling units per acre under the PR zone is an appropriate use of the property. It serves as a transition between those two tracts. And as stated with the sector plan amendment, we do have the improvements that I mentioned to Chapman Highway that Commissioner Daley also mentioned that expands the lane. It's 5 lanes, 2 eastbound, 2 westbound, with a center turn lane in this area. At the intersection of Chapman and West Simpson Road was realigned, and an eastbound deceleration lane was installed. The utilities have been expanded to the area, the new water lines, gas lines being installed. As I mentioned previously, there's 2 different accesses on both sides of this parcel. Not sure if there will be access through the commercial. That'll be something to be reviewed, but there will be a development plan review for that. There will be landscape buffers, and again, along the eastern boundary, we still have the same gas line easement that no vertical improvements will be there, so creating an additional barrier. We'd ask that you follow up Planning Commission recommendation and rezone the property, plan residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Frazier?
Who's already on? Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Would the applicant be willing, and I know you addressed some of the landscape buffers, but to include a condition of a landscape screen type B along the boundaries adjacent to existing residential properties?
Yes.
Thank you.
He moved on me.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. Commissioner Daley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will let, if I agree with it, I'm going to let Commissioner Frazier approve with that condition. Is that what you were going to do? Go ahead, Commissioner Frazier.
I'm sorry. Make the motion. Motion to approve per Planning Commission recommendation of PR up to 5 dwelling units per acre with one condition, a landscape screen type B along boundaries adjacent to existing residential properties.
Second.
Thank you. Motion on the floor by Frazier, second by Daley. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, we have very, very bright young junior commissioners with us. And when they signed up for this program, I told them I promised we would never keep them beyond 9 o'clock so that their studies and their grades could remain excellent. And we have reached that point now. They are not required to go home, but I did want to say thank you and not keep them any longer so they did not get
I appreciate that.
disgruntled.
Junior commissioners, please feel free to leave. Absolutely. We will continue on reading item 56.
12-D-23-RZ is a request of Freddie Trainer Jr. for rezoning from A agricultural to PR Plan residential up to 6 dwelling units per acre. Properties located at 11308 and 11234 Sam Lee Road, parcel ID 103, 063, and 067 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. The applicant introduce themselves.
Yep, I'm Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? I do see one hand that has been raised. We'll go ahead with discussion on this. Actually, yes, we will go ahead with discussion first on this. Mr. Mullins, would you like to speak first, or would you like the opposition
I think I have to speak first under the rules.
Yes, sir, you do. Thank you.
And
Pardon? Would you like to have it first? All right. All right, go ahead, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve PR Plan residential zone up to 5 dwellings per acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development and is supported by local amenities, 14-0.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ben Mullins. This is about 10.74 acres on Sam Lee Road. It is, if you're familiar with Sam Lee Road, as I know Commissioners Frazier and Hill are very familiar with this stretch, it is at the 90-degree turn there at the church, which is a very challenging turn, admittedly. The property, however, is in the planned growth area. It is just to the north of the Hardin Valley Academy and the middle schools. And the sector plan designation on this property is medium-density residential, which allows for considerations of density between 6 and 24 units an acre. The applicant originally asked for the lowest end of that existing medium-density residential for 6 units an acre. Planning staff recommended 5 dwelling units an acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development and is supported by local amenities. The applicant accepted that recommendation, and this was voted and approved by Planning Commission by a vote of 14-0. One of the things I think the Planning Commission took into consideration in approving this unanimously is that the applicant had reached out to the Hardin Valley planning advocates about what they were concerned about and what type of development. They wanted it to be single-family detached. They wanted to have internal sidewalks. They wanted it to have rear entrance garages to the buildings themselves. So it's kind of a patio living, front facing, and have some internal sidewalks and local amenities. And we've come up with 2 plans, that one for 39 units and one for 42 units that meet those requirements. And so we have been engaging with Hardin Valley planning advocates about something they feel would be compatible for that area. But back to Sam Lee Road, which is an issue. Following the Planning Commission's vote, Engineering Public Works reached out to us and said, we have an idea. This is a great opportunity for a private-public partnership in trying to improve a very difficult stretch of Sam Lee Road. I mean, they recognize, the medium-density residential and the type of density that would be considered for that. And but they also recognize there's a chance that this needs to be changed. And so what they proposed is us donating right-of-way, 50-foot right-of-way to extend Sam Lee Road, not around that hairpin curve, but actually through the southern portion of our property and kind of swoop up into the Boyd Lonis property. Now, we don't have right-of-way acquired for the property through Boyd Lonis. At some point, that property is probably going to want to be developed, and there'll be another opportunity to extend that. Or they can acquire it through condemnation at some point. But this road needs to be improved, and we're willing to do that, to extend that road and basically leave there to be two kind of stub outs, driveways on Sam Lee Road, accessing those properties to the east and to the north that still need, kind of those accesses. But, what we passed out were 3 documents. One was the option that Engineering Public Works have kind of conceptualized that we are in agreement with, and the other are the 2 concepts that we had kind of worked out kind of before, but then we took into account what the road realignment would make those concepts look like. And we can make that work, either 39 or 42 units. We are still asking, though, if you do the math, rough math, and again, I've said this before, math is one of the reasons I went to law school. But 10.74 units an acre, if you have 42 units an acre, then you're in the 4 dwelling units an acre range. But we don't know, because we don't have a development plan fully worked out. We haven't done the engineering. We haven't done all the geotechnical work that needs to be done on that. And we know we're giving up about an acre for the right-of-way dedication that we're being asked to do, that we're agreeing to. We'll get a little bit of that back if some of the road is closed, but we don't know exactly how all that's going to shake out. So even though we're still committed to one of those 2 concepts at 39 or 42 units an acre, having it still at 5 units an acre will give us a little bit of flexibility to work through that and make sure we're not putting ourselves into a corner with the project as we move forward. This will have to go through a development plan again, and we've agreed, in addition to everything that we've talked about with the Hardin Valley Planning Advocates, to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Engineering Public Works at the time we move forward with a development plan and a concept plan. We can't get a building permit until we get a concept and development plan approved. So we've got a lot to talk about. I know they asked us to contribute in some of the construction, specifically the kind of the grading of the road. We'll already have that equipment when we're working on our internal roads at that time. So we'll agree to do this, and they'll talk about doing, and we'll be able to have time to really sit down and have very intentional conversations about what exactly that's going to look like and have a memorandum of understanding in place at the development plan phase. But right now, we're just asking for approval per Planning Commission and Planning Staff's recommendation of 5 units an acre, and let us kind of get in there with our hands in the dough and work through all these issues and really do something that's going to be respectful for the development that is out there, the existing neighborhoods that are out there, and an opportunity to really make an improvement on a very bad stretch of Sam Lee Road. So I would ask that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would opposition step forward, please? If you'd identify yourself and county of residence.
Rob Clark, Knox County, 11228 Sam Lee Road. Our property, which has been in the family, is a farmland property.
Oh, excuse me,
Sorry.
Mr. Clark. Commissioner Daly?
I was not.
Okay, we need to do that.
Sure. Sir, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Clark, go ahead, please.
It's okay. So our farmland property, which has been in our family since the 1950s, joins this property here to the south. And it's actually downhill from this neighborhood. So I've actually spoken with Mr. Farber, I think's his name, with Red Door. He seems like a genuine fella, and seems like they're going to try to do it the right way. But here's the problem we have. If you're not familiar with this area, Sam Lee Road from Solway Road to Steel Road is about a 1.5 mile length of road. There is no shoulder. There are numerous switchbacks, and just right outside this neighborhood, there are 2 90-degree turns. So adding additional volume of traffic there becomes a safety concern, number one. So again, on one side of the property, halfway down through there, there's actually a mountain on one side. You're not going to expand that. On the other side is Beaver Creek. You're not going to expand that either. It's straight downhill. So we're concerned about the volume of traffic that's flowing through Sam Lee Road. We've got Hayden Farms, Hayden Hill that's come through, plus another development that's even larger on the west side of Still Road. So you're adding a lot of volume in a hurry. And I keep hearing about the infrastructure concerns across the county, and it's a real concern here in this area. There's a song lyric that goes something like, they paved paradise and put a parking lot in. I've lived that. The property that Hardin Valley High School is on is our farmland. It was, eminent domain was taken from us, right? They said, well, you got paid for it. We didn't want to sell it. It was just taken. So now we're on the north side of us, we're having an issue with more development. You can't hide, I get that. There's growth concerns across the county, I understand that. But what I would ask you to do is consider the problem with the infrastructure for Sam Lee and limit the number of homes that are going to go in right next to our property, again, next to farmland property. Where is that water runoff going to go? It's going to go straight downhill to our property into our pond where cattle graze. So I heard someone ask about one property, whether it was farmed or not. I can tell you that this property is currently being farmed and has been farmed by me and my grandfather. So I would ask you for consideration of the limited use of that property, a limited number of homes that go on that property, number one. And I don't think there's anything I'm going to say that's going to keep you from approving this property. But I would also ask you to have some buffer built in between us and the neighborhood with regard to some barrier of landscape or some kind of drainage that would move that water away from the pond and the property. I want to thank Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Fraser, some of your moderated responses today and your voting tonight. I appreciate that very much. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mullins, perhaps I missed something. You're proposing realignment of the road is sort of a conditional thing, but you don't really have realignment of the road. I mean, this is not on our, I'm not seeing this on our capital list, right?
No,
Mr. Snowden?
I think Commissioner Fraser indicated that she wanted to condition the rezoning upon a memorandum of understanding being entered into between us and the county about realigning the road and working through exactly what are the details of that realignment. How much are we going to be responsible for as a developer? How much is the county going to be responsible for as the county in order to take away those two 90-degree turns that Mr. Clark just referenced and make it come along the south edge of our property. So that condition that can be imposed by commission would be, we would agree to this realignment, this dedication of right-of-way, and a memorandum of understanding as a condition of the rezoning.
Okay, hold there right there. Do you own the Boyd Lonis property?
We do not.
Do you have rights to go through the Boyd Lonis property?
We do not. And so
because this road is essentially going right through a house.
It would have to stop at the edge of our property until another project could be commissioned and approved, either through, if it's a road project or if someone moves forward with Boyd Lonis and wants to, he wants to develop the property about talking about doing that. But at least it'll have it's one step in the process on making this better. And I believe we have spoken to Mr. Lonis, and he's not in an objection to us starting this road process. Understand at some point he would like to develop his property, and that would be something that would be beneficial to him as well.
I gotta say, I have a little heartache on this whole corner is really predicated on a new and better road that doesn't force everybody into the existing tight corners. And I don't know, I have a hard time approving it if you don't have a plan and a piece of property that, I mean, if you own the Boyd Lonis Road and you had a plan with Mr. Snowden, but unless that's there, it's really hard for me to see how you guys are ever going to build a road together, because Knox County has not been in the business for a long, long time, with the exception of a time long before us that maybe eminent domain or public use was more widely used. I've been here 6 years, and I don't think I've ever been part of something that we just magically said we need a new road right through here. So, yeah. Mr. Snowden, help me understand this. I think we're back to the chicken and the egg scenario, but this really is.
We have, and Mr. Mullins summarized it well. We would like to take this opportunity to try to fix this location. Unfortunately, in this condition, much like years ago, we had one on Nubbins Ridge that one property owner owned it all, so it made it a lot more simple. In this case, we don't. I have shared, and this alignment that my team drew up with Mr. Lonis. We could phase this. Obviously, I would think it is a project of the scale that we could easily do in-house to mitigate some of that cost. And obviously, new projects have to come in front of this body, but it would be one that I would recommend for consideration. Because as the homeowner said there, I mean, there's a lot more trips on Samley Road. It's probably 18 to 20 feet, so the width's not too problematic, but this curve is problematic. So, I mean, I would like to pursue the project. I think it's something that we could do with minimal cost, minus the property acquisition for Mr. Lonis. So, yeah, I mean, I would like to try to do the project, but it would require, I guess, your all's consideration and approval of that acquisition.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schoonmaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did we recently rezone a piece of property in this general area a couple of months ago or not? Does that ring a bell with anybody? No? Okay. And then if we don't get the road improvements, Mr. Snowden, the access to their development would be where?
We could, and Mr. Mullins kind of alluded to this, one of the things we could do if there was to phase it in, so to speak, we could build that road along their south property line to essentially their west property line and allow them to access that new road and then still leave the 90-degree curve in this current configuration until such time we can then secure the property for Mr. Lonis.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several questions. How much would it cost to acquire this property? Mr. Snowden, do you know?
And Commissioner Lee, we haven't looked in great detail of that. I mean, let's see. It's really hard to establish that right now because he would have a remainder on that, I guess, that northeast corner. We would want to make that remainder large enough that there wouldn't be a damage to that remainder. We want to make sure that that property up there doesn't have a diminution of value. So then we would be looking at essentially a 50-foot right-of-way for, let me see here. Probably less than 1,500 feet. I'm not entirely sure about what the valuation would be, but I do think that expense would be justified due to the growth in this community.
But we don't know how much it would be at this point.
I mean, I could make a guess, ma'am, but I really hate to guess it at it right now. I mean, it's.
Well, let me ask you, is the county in the alternative they can't purchase it? Would they at any time consider doing an eminent domain on this property?
This body approves all land acquisitions, so this body grants me that authority. I would think that there is a significant public benefit by realigning that roadway, so the justification could be made. but it would be this body's, I mean, I could make a recommendation. I think I would make that recommendation, but it would be up to this body to give me that authority.
Okay, and my last question is, Mr. Mullins, what is your plan for any type of buffer on the farm property?
Well, if the road realignment is, the road would run between our property and the farm property on the south side, so that it would be basically giving them frontage on the new Sam Lee Road. So we wouldn't have any, if you look at the alignment there, that there's really, other than a small sliver that really isn't developable on that southwest corner, the road creates that buffer at that point.
And that's based if the county is able to acquire that property?
Well, they would acquire the right-of-way for our property regardless. That would be the point of the memorandum of understanding, and has a condition on this zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? I was led to believe that Mr. Lonas was in agreement with all of this. Am I hearing that there's a question about that? Mr. Mullins.
I know that in our conversations, and I wasn't personally involved in those conversations, that he is supportive of the project. I don't think there's any agreement with him about acquiring the right-of-way, and we were starting one step. I do know he is at some point going to be interested in developing his property, and at that point, there would be the time to discuss that with him. We can't do something with property we don't own, again, but we can try to make it better and give the county and empower the county the tools to improve this through this development in and of itself. And then later, there'll have to be another step in the process.
We've had a lot of discussion about this in our community. We've spent time with Mr. Mullins. I know that HVP PA has personally been in touch with the builder. Kudos to your clients for providing this much information. This is greatly appreciated. It's certainly beyond what we could have asked or could have required for certain. I'm very excited about the willingness of Knox County engineering to step up and take what would be necessary to fix this road. That's very exciting to me. I guess I thought this road was going to be a done deal. So I'm hearing now that even with an MOU about between the builder and between Knox County, that we cannot promise the people that this will be done because we don't have it in writing from the other property owners. Am I correct in that?
I think you are correct on that, Madam Chair. I mean, we can only control the property that we have. As a county, you have tools in your tool belt that we don't have, obviously, and that Director Snowden referred to, and whether that's through some type of project to acquire the rest of that, or whether that's when Mr. Lonas or whomever he's selling his property to wants to develop it, and discussing with them, finishing this road out. But we can't do it without taking the first step, and this is just the first step.
Director Brooks, would you please address what could be on this property, given its current zoning?
The current zoning of the property is ag.
All right. And let me restate that, the sector plan and
So the sector plan sorry.
yes, go ahead.
Maybe additional clarification.
The fact that this could be medium density.
Oh, correct, yes. So it is currently designated as MDR, which does allow consideration of a much greater density than what is currently being requested.
This is where the problem lies. I know. I really, I was so excited about this initially, recognizing that still what could be happening here is apartments or duplexes or something that really would not be compatible with the area. Quite frankly, I was stunned to find out that that was even a possibility, and that's just a result of the old plan, which certainly is not appropriate even a little bit in this area right now. But this puts such a different slant on it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
might I jump in and
please do.
maybe offer an alternative? Mr. Mullins, Mr. Snowden, I think that several members of this body may be agreeable to postpone this for 30 days to see if you could work on an agreement with Mr. Lonis, or to find, I feel like if this road project felt real and it was going to happen and you had it a bit more concrete, then you'd be out of here in 5 minutes. Right now, I hate for progress to stop because we're not quite there yet, and I might suggest that the commission chair, if it's agreeable, to take 30 more days and see if we can't get something a little bit more concrete, and then things can move forward without going into a period where it might be denied for a much longer period of time.
Thank you. And also, and Mr. Clark, we spoke at length, and I genuinely appreciate your concerns about runoff and pollution of your property, the water issue, and that's something else too that I'd really like to take a harder look at. I didn't realize the trajectory was as sloped as you're indicating it is. So I would be comfortable, Mr. Mullins.
We're agreeable to a 30-day postponement to see if we can give a little bit more direction on these issues. It was something, again, that didn't come up until after Planning Commission's meeting, that this was even an opportunity. So as busy as everybody's been, it's been hard to get all the details nailed down.
It has, I know. I appreciate that. Well, thank you, Commissioner Jay, for that suggestion. I would like to make a motion that we defer this until the April Planning Commission meeting.
March, right?
I mean,
It feels like April.
it does. All right, March. I apologize. March.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for your consideration.
Next item, please.
Item number 57, 12-F-23-RZ is a request of Arsip Horobet for rezoning from BP Business and Technology Park and TO Technology Overlay to PR Plan Residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre and TO Technology Overlay located at 0 Pellissippi Parkway, parcel ID 11871 in the 3rd Commission District.
Mr. Mullins.
When you
Please
took all the
introduce
non-contested ones off, you stacked all the contested ones together. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant, Mr. Horobet.
All right. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, if we could have the recommendation, please, from planning.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 12 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and the surrounding development, subject to one condition on a vote of 12-0.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, would you like to speak to the project?
Yes, I would. And this is one where, through the efforts of Commissioner Oster and her district, we have been able to, we haven't met directly with the neighbors, but Commissioner Oster has been a mediator and a go-between with the neighbors on this, about their concerns, and what we can do to address those. This is just shy of 10 acres, 9.77 acres. Access is along Bob Gray, but on its eastern boundary is Pellissippi Parkway, northern boundary is Bob Gray. Below it is Parkway Heights. It is a townhome community of about 12 units an acre. And to the east is, I believe, is Montview. It's been a long day. I'm starting to, these things are running together too. Montview, which is, a single-family residential community. The concerns that were raised through the neighborhood was, they wanted something that was more in line with what they have, the current townhome development, and the density at 12 units an acre. They were concerned about, even though they themselves have 12 units an acre. This property does have some constraints on it with the hillside, and so doing 12 units an acre on this property would be difficult anyway. So we were fine and with reducing our ask today is that you approve a density of 10 units an acre instead of 12 units an acre. We'll be doing attached townhomes on the property. We border residential on two sides. We are agreeable to maintaining a 35-foot, the peripheral setback is 35 feet in the PR zone. You can ask for less. We're not going to ask for less on the adjacent to the residential. The big issue that was discussed with the planning staff is this Parkway Heights, their access is exclusively on Pellissippi Parkway. TDOT has been wanting to close that access for quite some time, but if they did that, this property would be landlocked. By developing our property, it's an opportunity they could access our streets, which are going to be public streets. Their streets are currently private. Our streets will be public. We'll be dedicating that. They'll have access through our neighborhood to Bob Gray. So if and when TDOT closes that right-of-way, there'll be an opportunity then to connect to our streets. And so we are agreeable to maintaining, a right-of-way between our development, and whenever we do a development plan, that'll have to be on the plan itself. That was the condition that staff imposed on this. They have a stub out and an open right-of-way, and so then there can be a connection if and when TDOT closes that. We won't be building the road into their neighborhood until TDOT closes that, and then that's something that they'll have to work out or ask the county to participate in. But we'll give them that opportunity to do that if TDOT ever does do what they've been talking about doing. It's a state. Who knows when they get around to anything. So I think that's an opportunity then to give them better access. The neighbors, I believe, are looking forward to having different access instead of going through Pellissippi. We're also, there's a lot of existing landscaping and on the property now. We're going to try to keep as much of that as we can, but to the extent we can't, we're agreeable to, a type C, which is like the lowest level landscaping buffer between our properties and the residential properties. So that would just be to the west and the south. And to be clear, I talked about the 35-foot setback. We would want to be able to reduce the setback going towards Pellissippi and Bob Gray, but that doesn't affect anybody but our development. So those are the things that we've talked about with the neighborhood, and those are things that we are agreeable with. And we'd ask that, subject to those conditions, you approve this at 10 dwelling units an acre.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Oster?
Thank you, Ben. This was pretty exciting. Ben and I have been working on two big ones. We'll have another one next month, but it's very exciting to be able to sit down with the developer and be the mediator with the constituents, and the constituents understand that land is sold and purchased, but we can keep them in mind who've been taxpayers here for years and do a development that for my district is desperately needed. And let me also say, when Ben and I started talking, and then when I sat down with Mr. Horbett, he was going to do apartments, which I wasn't happy about, and neither were my constituents. And doing these townhomes is going to be a great opportunity for, people that are needing housing right now, and especially in my district. So it stays in the landscape, and I think that is huge, that we keep that identity and that landscape from neighborhoods. So I couldn't thank you, Mr. Horbett, anymore. David Harbin was great to sit down, and it seems like it takes forever for us to come to an agreement sometimes, but when we do, it's kind of sweet. So I am going to not belabor this any longer. I'm going to make a motion to approve 10 dwelling units an acre. There will be landscape buffer C. There will be a traffic study that we agreed upon. 35-foot peripheral setback, south and west property lines. Right-of-way and stub out to Odin Street when TDOT closes the entrance to Parkway Heights, which, let me say really quick, is a huge, huge deal for my people on Parkway, because you can imagine trying to get into that subdivision off of Pellissippi at 90 miles an hour. So this is great, and they're excited. And the new development's entrance will be to Bob Gray, so they won't be coming through Parkway Heights. So that's my motion.
We have a motion on the floor that I won't repeat, but I trust you've gotten down.
Sorry.
That's all right. By Oster, second by Schoonmaker. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all
Next
very
item.
much.
You're welcome. Next item, please.
Item number 58, 12-H-23-RZ is a request of Tanya Barris for rezoning from BP Business and Technology Park and TO Technology Overlay to OB Office Medical and Related Services and TO Technology Overlay. Properties located at 10105 Dutchtown Road and 1009 Mabry Hood Road. Parcel IDs 118165 and 118168 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? My understanding this is the second no-show of the applicant. Commissioner Oster, do you have any comments?
No, I've actually tried to I've tried to reach out a couple of times and haven't heard anything. This was deferred from January. So with it being a no-show, my motion will be to deny this zoning.
Second.
Motion on the floor to deny, second by Frazier. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I believe we have one more that, thank you, page 46. Thank you.
This is a request of Mary Ward for rezoning from RA Low Density Residential and F Floodway to A Agricultural and F Floodway.
Is the applicant present? All right, this will automatically be deferred, and Commissioner Beeler, you'll reach out. I believe we have no zoning appeals. We have no amendments to the Knox County zoning ordinance. In other business, Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to do with zoning, but I messed up and did not tell our junior commissioners before they were dismissed. I will follow up with them directly. That last week, in preparation of their mock meeting next week, the junior commissioners voted on who would be the chair and vice chair of their own mock meeting. And I'm happy to say your new junior commissioner chair is William Mendoza Uceda, and your new vice chair is Bayless Bolt, both of which who are representing 3rd and 4th districts. So I will reach out, but I apologize for not mentioning that earlier.
Oh, and I also passed on incorrect information too, because I believe I was thinking we were patterned after last year, which the chair.
That was a bit of the feedback.
Junior
They wanted to
commissioner.
choose their own.
All right, so I owe him apology. I've been trying to gear him up. At any rate, we are about to adjourn zoning, and before we do, you always have to listen to something from me before we reconvene, and now is the appropriate time. If you are walking down the right path and you're willing to keep walking, eventually you will make some progress. Hear, hear. I will adjourn this zoning meeting, and we will reconvene the regular commission meeting at 9:45. Oh, you're welcome. Does anyone know where? Oh, there he is. Thank you. Good evening. I know it's been a long evening for all of us. I appreciate you being here, and I am reconvening the meeting of Knox County Commission. We are on item number 37. If you would read that into the record. Madam Clerk, please.
It's Resolution R-24-2-901, a resolution to amend the growth policy plan.
All right. Do we have a motion and a second on this, please, so that we can begin discussion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Daly,
Second.
second by Ward. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for hanging with us. Truly, thank you for sticking around. We appreciate you. Also, I don't think it'll come as a surprise to any of my colleagues. I've got a lot to say on this topic, so please just bear with me, okay? Hang in there, guys. Hang in there. I want to first thank the leadership team, and I've got pop-ups coming on. I want to first thank the leadership team for their work on this initiative. You've all been extremely receptive to me and my sometimes multiple daily calls and emails to you with lots of questions and suggestions. You were always receptive to me, and I appreciate that. I want to thank the mayor. You were the one mayor that said yes to me when I was the pesky citizen with the Planning Advocates Group asking our county to take a hard look at the way that we approach land use, growth, and our transportation network. And for the first time in our county history, this plan looks at growth and transportation together and not in silos. And that's really important to me. I also want to thank the planning advocates, especially Kevin Murphy. I'm sure he's still here. You participated as a stakeholder on the stakeholder committee. You were a part of many, many conversations and meetings with leadership team over the last 20 months. And I want to thank all of the citizens who served on the stakeholder committee, the advisory committee, the coordinating committee, and every citizen who came out for public meetings. Thank you for engaging. This effort is a good thing. As a citizen, like I said, I advocated for updating our plans and our zoning ordinances through multiple mayors. That's a long time of being a voice for improving our approach to growth and development. This effort is what I and several of the planning advocacy groups, what we asked for. Is it a perfect process? No. Is the outcome going to make everyone happy? No. But I can confidently say that this path forward is much, much better than what we have now. And I'm just grateful to be able to be a part of it. With that said, I want to take a few moments to point out some of the things that I and many of my colleagues, especially Commissioner Beeler in the 8th, that we've advocated successfully for with the support of the mayor and the leadership team on behalf of the advocacy groups and constituents countywide. So thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm going to kind of go through these. The total expanded planned growth area was reduced to include 14.501 acres. In total, as a county, we will have 151.34 square miles in the planned growth area, and the rural area will contain 201.38 square miles. We have proposed expanded growth area changes in Carnes, which is a less than a quarter of a square mile. Hardin Valley, 4.6 square miles, that is land that already has construction, is completed construction, or has building permits that have been pulled. Washington Pike, 7.6 acres. Strawberry Plains Pike, south of I-40, 0.61 acres. And Chapman Highway, 1.3 acres. Another thing we did, we were able to pull back some of the proposed planned growth areas into rural areas. We did that in North Gibbs along Tazewell Pike. We did that along Ridgeview Heights. We did that in Luttrell to Ridgeview in Ritta. And we did that in Seymour in South Knoxville. The hillside and ridgetop protection, it will be included. And it can be changed from advisory to regulatory by a commission vote in the comprehensive plan. And I do plan to support making it regulatory. We were able to limit rezonings allowed in the rural area. Rezonings within the rural area shall be limited to zoning districts that are consistent with the following place types: rural crossroads, rural conservation, and rural living. We were able to add a rural agricultural place type. High level, this will include more protections for our historic century farms, our legacy farms, land along the Holston River, and will consider the soil map. I wish Broadus was here to hear that. We will consider the soil map. We have amended the FLUME, which is the future land use map, to include more rural living place types that will reduce density in areas with rural character. That includes areas in Choteau and North Shore and the peninsula, just as an example. The map's now available on advancedknox.org. We were able to place conditions on types of residential development in rural areas. Residential development in the rural areas shall be limited to all of the following conditions. A, no more than 2 dwellings per acre. B, sanitary sewer or sewage system approved and maintained by a public utility company and public water must be available. C, must be on a collector road with a minimum width of 18-foot pavement or with an approved memorandum of understanding in place to improve the road to 18 feet or greater through the rural area to the adjacent planned growth or urban growth area, and as defined by the major road plan or superseding documents adopted by a city council and county commission. The intent of this section is to allow residential development into rural areas where utilities and infrastructure are currently available or to be expanded. We were able to restrict business parks or industry in the rural area. We were able to strengthen the focus of impact on schools and place the burden on the applicant during the application process. So we will require the applicant to justify the change for the plan amendment and add in new criteria that the proposed change has to further the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. We were able to tweak Section 7 of the proposed comp plan to include preservation of rural character and natural heritage. We set an agreed upon May 1st effective date, and this was discussed and agreed upon during several meetings with the leadership team and advocacy groups. We were able to tighten requirements for use in planned growth areas. We were able to allow rural place types in the planned growth areas, which was not originally proposed. We were able to include regular review of the comp plan and the growth plan, keeping us accountable and monitoring the implementation. In addition, Mayor Jacobs introduced a local initiative to assist landowners with the cost of purchasing an agricultural conservation easement, which supports the governor's introduction of the state PACE program that this commission put as one of our legislative priorities to our state delegation. I agree and support aligning the comp plan with the growth policy plan and map, and that's what I hope we do tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the commissioner for the district that's most affected by this, if the gentleman has a question or so, I'll be glad to yield and speak last.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this is a question for Director Brooks. So I wanted to, because it's like my first meeting, so I really don't know about a lot of these names. I wanted to know what does the growth policy plan is, and what's the comprehensive plan, and like what's the similarities and the differences between both?
The growth policy plan is a plan that is required by the state of Tennessee. What it does is it requires communities to identify areas that are designated as rural and areas that are designated for future growth, which is planned growth area. And it also identifies what we call urban growth areas as well. And those are primarily city of Knoxville here. So it is a very high-level plan. It does not provide a lot of details related to some of the things that you all have discussed tonight, such as rezonings. But it is that first layer of plans that's required in the state. That the comprehensive plan is a more detailed plan, a guide for future development over the next 20 years. It does get into a lot more details. It discusses policies. It's meant to articulate the vision of a community. How do we want to grow? Where do we want to grow? What should that growth look like? And in turn, it will help inform zoning, which you have talked about this evening, as well as something that's called the subdivision regulations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. It's very helpful. Thank you guys for still being here, because I know what these nights are like, and I have been through worse ones than this in terms of the lateness. So thank you for staying. I do want to make a few comments. And by the way, thank you for being involved. I know Commissioner Frazier has already said this, but I want to say it again. You guys have called, you've emailed, you've texted, you've showed up, and you have moved the needle. And so I congratulate you for that. You have. You've represented our community and our district well. I say our community because I know most of you are from the Ritta, Gibbs, Coreyton area, which is where I'm from too. And I love where we live. I love where I live with all my heart. I've lived there 60 years, almost, and my family's lived there for over 200, and I never intend to live anywhere else. And until I die. And even after that, you can still come see me at the Graveston Cemetery, because that's where I'll be. I'm really blessed. You know, my brother and I have houses on the 21 acres that's left of our grandfather's farm. And that is 21 acres that will not be developed. And I do hope that many of my neighbors treat their land the same way. Now, here we are. We have a growth plan in front of us, or a growth policy plan amendment in front of us. Commissioner Frazier did a very eloquent job explaining how this process has worked and some of the really good things that have come out of this process. I am going to ask a few questions to Mr. Snowden and perhaps to Director Brooks. Well, no offense, Kathy, you may have the answers, I don't know. But I'm asking these questions not to be combative at all. I'm asking these questions to get us to a place that's going to lead to the proposal I'm going to make, okay? Because I just think it's important that we understand. Commissioner Frazier made the comment very early on, what we have now is not good. And I just cannot emphasize that enough. And so I'm asking these questions to make sure we understand that and to get to where I'm headed. So, Mr. Snowden, Mandy, whoever, if I own a farm in what is going to be the expanded planned growth area along, let's say in the Washington Pike corridor, let's say I own a 50-acre farm and I decide that I need to develop that or sell it to somebody who's going to, and I ask for 3 units per acre, 150 homes, and it's in the new planned growth area, and I got sewer and so forth. Could I make that application and possibly get that approved?
Yes, Commissioner, the process would remain the same. So if you want to change the zoning on your property, or if the comprehensive plan is updated, your place type, currently called land use classification, you still have to go through the Planning Commission and make your request, and you'd be required to provide some justification, and then it would come before this body for review and approval.
Okay, but I could possibly get that amount of density if I'm in the new planned growth area, correct? 3 per acre. It's possible.
Possible.
Okay. All right. Let's say, and that's if this were passed and I got put in the new planned growth area. Okay, let's say that this does not get passed, we do nothing, we stay on the current plan. And now I'm in a rural area. And I've got 50 acres, and I want to develop it at 3 units per acre, 150 homes. I can get sewer to it. I can do some other things that I need to do. Could I apply for 3 units per acre?
Just make sure I understand. This is if you all do not.
If we don't approve this.
Yes. Yes. So under the current plan, yes, you could make an application and request up to 3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
You would have to do a traffic impacts.
Sure.
A letter, but yes, that could be considered.
Okay. Thank you. And that's what I want to make sure that we all know, is because under the current plan, our rural areas are not protected like they need to be at all. And my big concern is if we do nothing at all, and we stay under this current plan that's 20 plus years old now for years to come, ultimately, we could end up with 3 per acre subdivisions all the way to Granger County. We could. So that's why I believe the best path forward has to do with what Commissioner Frazier talked about, what several of the speakers talked about, and that is to move forward with a new plan, but a new plan that is undergirded and working in tandem with the right comprehensive plan that adds those guardrails and those protections for our farmland, our hillsides, our ridge tops, our rural landscapes, all the things Commissioner Frazier mentioned and that I know are important to us in Northeast Knox County, 8th District, Ritta, Gibbs, Corryton, and East Knox County as well. And so for that reason, this is what I'm proposing. And I'm looking to my colleagues, and I'm really hoping that you guys will approve this. I'm going to offer a substitute motion that we approve the Growth Policy Plan Amendment Resolution contingent upon approval of a new comprehensive plan, and that they shall take effect concurrently. Mm-hmm. So they'll provide the proper standards and protections that we need for our rural areas.
Second.
Okay. We have a substitute motion on the floor with a second by Commissioner Frazier. Do we have some discussion on that? Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beeler. And thank you, Ms. Frazier. I think you're taking a room full of ideas and starting to to focus, which I think is very important. Can Mr. Snowden or Ms. Brooks, could you help us understand if the substitute motion of the approval contingent upon the comprehensive plan's approval, is that correct? Is that, okay, just making sure I understand. How that would affect the vote and the timing in the city of Knoxville, Farragut, and what would happen if the comprehensive plan wasn't approved and how that would affect sort of the ripple effect going backwards. Or Ms. Benedict, whoever.
Even if you place the comprehensive plan contingent condition on it, it would still move to city council in the town of Farragut. And then the comprehensive plan would still go before planning commission in March, and then you guys would see it in March also.
And then if that was approved, both would, is there a timeline that it becomes effective? That all of these are trying to hit?
We have to get the growth policy approved within 6 months of the first committee meeting based on state law.
Which is?
It would be May 27th.
Okay. So it still keeps us in, even in this scenario, it keeps us within our window of opportunity to not go back and start from zero.
Correct.
Okay. I have some other thoughts, but I'm going to come back.
Thank you. Are there any other? Commissioner Beeler?
Thank you, if I may. Thank you.
Certainly.
Appreciate that. No, I do want to go back to what Mr. Brooks said, Representative Brooks, about how we grow is what is so important. And I think that's why the comprehensive plan is so important. As Director Brooks described it, it is the one that is so much more detailed, that talks about infrastructure, talks about place types, talks about standards, talks about all the things that we don't want a new growth policy plan going into effect without. And that's why I think it's so vital, as Mr. Murphy said, I think a couple of other speakers said, that they go into effect concurrently and that we roll our sleeves up and get in the mix on the comprehensive plan and make sure that it's what it needs to be. And we got, 2 months or however long it takes, I guess, to do that. We got to do it for May 27th, I suppose, but we got to do it. And a lot of work's been done on it already. It's not like we vote tonight and then we start from scratch on the comprehensive plan. It's the nuts and bolts or the skeleton of it's been up on the website since October. We just got to add some teeth to it and some regulatory language to it so that it's not just a guideline and our growth plan has no protections. And that's why we need these to go into effect concurrently. But to postpone this is extremely dangerous because, it puts that May deadline in great jeopardy because it's got to go before 3 bodies between now and May. And to postpone it for 60 days, we could very well end up with nothing, which means we're not protected. Believe me, just because there's not been all this development yet, it's not because of the protections of the current plan we have. It's in spite of it. And if you think I'm joking about 3 per acre subdivisions, they're already applying for them. They're already applying for them. So we need these protections in place. So that's why I would urge you to support the substitute motion.
Commissioner Jay.
I'll just quickly say I appreciate the substitute motion and the plan moving forward. I won't reiterate what I said earlier, but status quo is not acceptable. I've sat here for 6 years, and it's 3 units an acre sprawl, and everybody says we don't want 3 units an acre sprawl, so we undertook this, and we can't end up with 3 units an acre sprawl, continued. So I do want to reemphasize, and I know many of you in the 8th District, John and Martha, we've known each other forever, and I've participated in the meetings in Advanced Knox and met many of you all. I really want everyone to understand that where we are, that this plan does not force anyone to stop being a farmer. This plan does not rezone anyone's property. This plan does not automatically determine what your land will become. That is your right as a property owner. And if you want your land to be forever, whatever you want it to be, there are many, many options for land conservation and trusts and other things. There is nothing that is saying you have to stop doing what you're doing. But I hope everybody out there, and Mr. Brooks, I have great respect for you, and we've had many, many conversations about this, that we cannot sit still in this county and hope that things are going to figure themselves out without intentionality and without a plan and without a focus. It will never be, let us never, ever, ever let perfect be the enemy of good. We've got to keep working together on this. And you have I hope you see, you have a commission. You have 11 very, very invested commissioners. And well, we have a lot of invested junior commissioners now too, but like all of these binders, all of these books, all of this work, all of everything from the mayor and his team and engineering and us, there's nobody that's not working hard on this every single day to try to focus on it and continue to work on it. There's nobody sitting up here, hoping it all figures itself out. And so you have a good working set of ears. I appreciate it. I'm happy to support the substitute motion. I appreciate the opportunity to keep moving things forward.
Seeing no other lights, we have a substitute motion on the floor made by Commissioner Beeler, seconded by Commissioner Frazier, to approve the growth plan contingent upon approval of the comprehensive plan, and that they would both be enacted simultaneously. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is there any other business to be brought before commission tonight? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Ms. Brooks? Can she come see me? Can you come see me? I want to show you something.